Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting of the Tucson Unified School District to order. Roll call, please.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Here.
Ms. Shaw?
Here.
Mr. Romero?
Here.
Dr. Ravi?
Here.
Ms. Ekstrom?
Here. Let the record reflect that all members are present. Next is our land acknowledgement statement and pledge of allegiance, and that will be given by Manaya Witherspoon. She's in the 8th grade at Robbins K-8 school. She likes to sing. She played volleyball and basketball for her school and also plays basketball for a youth league. She is a very open person and willing to listen to people and help people out. If someone is struggling, she tries within her power to give them advice or to help them out. Manaya wants to be a nurse when she grows up or a doctor. When she was in the 3rd grade, she created the cover for the book called Yo Soy the Great Blue Ocean, and it is at the University of Arizona Library. Welcome, Manaya, and whenever you're ready, you can read the land acknowledgement statement.
Thank you. On behalf of the Governing Board of the Tucson Unified School District, I, Manaya, acknowledge that the schools, buildings, and facilities of the Tucson Unified School District reside on the ancestral homeland of the Tohono O'odham Nation and federally recognize the tribal land of the Pasig Yaqui tribe.
Thank you, and everybody, if you could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. And Manaya, whenever you're ready, you can begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Manaya. If we could give her a round of applause.
Thank you. It's been an honor to be on here.
And I hope you have a great 8th grade year.
Thank you. That means a lot.
Next is our agenda adjustments. Dr. Trujillo.
Good evening, President Ekstrom, members of the governing board. We have a very, very special request coming out of Badger Nation with regard to the potential renaming of the art gallery. So I'd like to move that item up to the top, item 6.2, to follow the call to the audience. We do have guests here for that. And then also I'd like to remove item 6.4 from the action portion of the agenda. We will reschedule that for an upcoming meeting.
And then we're removing item 6.6, correct?
Item 6.6, yes.
Thank you.
Oh, was it item 6.6?
6.6.
Correction. So 6.4 will remain, it's 6.6. Yeah, because we had 2 items coming out of bond oversight, and it was 6.6. We will move to a future meeting.
Great. Next is the superintendent's report. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, President Ekstrom, governing board members, we are very, very excited this evening. We have a very special treat, well, 2 special treats. The first one brought to us proudly by some of our youngest and most amazing learners from the BRICTA Infant and Early Learning Center. We're thrilled to begin our report tonight with a performance from BRICTA's Rainbow Room. They will be performing a folklorico dance to the song Un Poco Loco. This performance was thoughtfully chosen to celebrate the rich cultural diversity of the West Side community, and it beautifully reflects the heart and spirit of BRICTA through music and movement. These students are not only expressing joy and creativity, but they're also connecting with important cultural traditions that are historically and culturally significant for our beautiful Tucson community and our region. And let's give a warm welcome to these absolutely amazing students. Yes, absolutely. let's hear it again, another round of applause for the students of the Rainbow Room at Bricta Infant and Early Learning Center. And as a proud father of a 2.5-year-old who's going to start preschool next year, I can't wait for those types of performances. So that's such a wonderful program out there at Bricta. Our next performance, if you will, I'd like to highlight is one of our most outstanding career and technical education programs that we have in the district. I'm no stranger to visiting Dr. Maritza Diaz-Collazo's classroom. It's an award-winning sports medicine program that sets the bar really, really high. Classes are always packed, students are always engaged, and when I do the graduation, which I've had the privilege of attending a couple of years now, I see students that are excited about a career. I see students that are going to go on and work in hospitals, are going to work in sports medicine. And if you've never been to Choya and you haven't seen this program, boy, you are really, really missing out. So before we highlight them, I believe we have a video, or Dr. Diaz-Collazo, would you like to get things started first?
Distinguished board members, guests, Dr. Trujillo, it is my honor to represent Choya High School Sports Medicine Program with these amazing students. I have a lot of parents that came this evening as well to support us. We are so proud of this program for so many reasons. I don't want to take too much time because I want my students to actually present the PowerPoint, and I also want to have students to have a chance to speak and parents to speak. But I just want to say one beautiful thing about this group. First of all, they're super dedicated, they're kind, they're respectful, and they're just really good people. And that's the one thing I'm so proud of, is we have actually 325 students taking sports medicine right now. We have 65 walking around with medical scrubs every Tuesday. So they have to actually earn their medical scrubs. It's not given to them. It's actually a privilege to get them. So these young individuals that you see behind me have earned their medical scrubs. Those that you see with the maroon jackets are leaders on campus. So that's another privilege that they have. Without any further ado, I'm going to let students speak and parents speak. This was our beautiful picture last year that we took. We take this every year. We have 65, like I said. Well, we had 63 last year, and we have 65 this year. So we're moving up. So without any further ado, I'm going to have my students present.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Miranda Figueroa, and today I'm going to be talking about the benefits of taking sports medicine at Choya High School. One of them is taking the Physical Therapy Technician National Certification and International Certification after your third year of taking sports medicine, and also the Patient Care Technician National Certification and International Certification after the third year as well.
Good afternoon. My name is Jordan Mendoza. Another benefit that we have is after you graduate, students are 100% employable at any rehab center or hospital as long as they have the PCT and the PTT certification.
Good afternoon. My name is Manuel Armenta. Today, more benefits are that we also get direct employment from St. Mary's and St. Joseph's, of course, with the help of the PCT and the PTT test. We also have to be of the age of 18, which is another thing you need. And we also get $5,250 of tuition reimbursement for each employment year at the hospital, which you do need to be 18 years old. But this, to us, honestly, this means a lot because it helps us with money, which some of us don't, which we need help with. And it's just a great thing. It's just a great opportunity for us in general. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of help.
My name is Isaiah Gonzalez. Two more benefits that we get is that every summer we get to participate in the summer medical camp. It's completely free to us. We don't have to pay a cent. And we could work on different medical skills such as stroke training. Another benefit we could get is we could get up to 7 college credits from our 3, 4, 5, 6 classes. It could be up to 7 credits and through dual enrollment through the classes.
Okay, fantastic. So Right now, we would like to have our board members come to the front, and we're going to have our students show some demonstrations for you. We're going to teach you some medical skills very quickly. Go ahead, guys, go for it. So what the students are doing, they're showing the board members how to take vitals, and they're also showing how to pre-wrap tape, because it's a skill that's very needed in sports medicine, but a lot of people take it for granted. It's actually very difficult to do. It's beautiful to see. Uh-huh, uh-huh.
Okay, well, I was just telling them about they learned first aid, blood pressure, all that. I mean, just what they're doing.
You go.
Good evening. So as you can see, our students are trained to do vitals, first aid, wrapping, sports injuries. So when they leave us, they will be well versed in this and more things in sports medicine. When they come in.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you guys go. Have a seat. I wanted to share some results from our last year's TSA results. We had a 96 passing rate. Also, 83% of our, it was our average on our exam. So that was a big deal. And one of the most things that we're really proud of this year is that for the first time ever in Choya history, we will be giving the PCT, the Patient Care Technician, national and international certification, which is a really big deal for our kids because once they pass this exam, they can actually go abroad or they can go to Mexico, they can still work with their PCT and still work as a professional and get paid very well. So starting salary is about $25,000 to $30,000, and that's pretty good money for a 17, 18-year-old. So we're really proud of that. In May, we're also going to be giving the physical therapy international and national exam as well. So I have 36 students both times testing for both exams. So I will let you know the results of that. But we're aiming for 100% passing rate. So very excited. This is our beautiful facility that Mr. McCullum gave us a year ago, and we're so proud of that. So thank you, Mr. McCullum, for your support. Here's more students. We're always trying to be busy. I believe students learn by doing things hands-on, and that's what I love to do with my students, is making sure that they're physically involved so that they can actually learn a lot faster. And I'm so sorry, but I got so excited about all the kids being here. I forgot to introduce my new amazing sports medicine teacher, Miss Patty Enriquez, and she's part of our team now. And we're super happy to have her. She's a great support. So Patty, do you want to say a few words?
Thank you, Dr. Colasso. I'm just really excited also about being in this team. I love it. I never knew. I've always taught adults, not high school students. They're actually easier. Don't tell anybody. Anyhow, I just love it. I love Choya High School. The support has been awesome, and I'm looking for a long, long time to be there and, hoping that we can continue our success. And this is the A team for sure. It's the elite team. Thank you for having me.
Lastly, I just want to say really quickly, thank you, board members, because without you, we can't do anything. Dr. Trujillo has been a huge support. Mr. Miranda, fantastic, incredible principal, always supporting us, always finding a way to help us. So I thank you again for giving us some time this evening. And I'm so proud of our program at Choya High, and please feel free to come and visit. We'd love to see you. Okay, thank you.
I can't emphasize enough, free plug for Choya. Choya is home to one of the most comprehensive CTE program portfolios in the district. Not only do you have the award-winning and renowned sports medicine program, you've got the new trades facility that's out there by the softball field where you can see students engaged in all aspects of the trade. So whether it's welding or framing or carpentry or electrical work, I encourage every one of our board members to get out there and take a tour and sort of look forward to graduation a little bit later on this spring. So give sports medicine students a round of applause again. It certainly has been a very busy last 6-7 weeks for me. I had an opportunity to visit a number of schools throughout the district, and starting with Cragen and Blenman. I want to thank Jeanette Arpaez Gutierrez for welcoming me out there at Cragen. Had a wonderful opportunity to spend the morning learning about her leadership transition in her first year, visiting several classrooms, and then going over to visit Miss Mack out there at Blenman Elementary. We got to see some of the great work that they've been able to implement throughout the campus for inclusive strands of gifted and talented education. It's amazing to visit some of those open access and cluster gifted and talented classrooms, and you don't know who the general education students or who the GATE students are. It's fully integrated instruction, amazing to see. And I want to thank Dr. Gonzalez from Catalina, who we'll hear from coming up shortly. Had a wonderful visit out with the Trojans and had an amazing lunchtime working session with the student government about some real issues of impact out there at Catalina. And our student government team is going to be addressing the board about that working session coming up here soon. And then on my east side swing, I had an opportunity to spend some time out at Gridley and had a wonderful focus group with our employees there at Gridley. I want to thank our principal, Rosana Ortiz Montoya, for welcoming me out there. And I want to thank the teachers and staff for taking the time to talk to me. And probably of no surprise to the board, facilities, top conversation, HVAC, top conversation, enrollment woes on the east side, big topic of conversation. Also had an opportunity to visit Seacrest and meet some of the hardest working employees in the district out there at Seacrest. I want to thank Deborah Garcia for taking some time out that morning and introducing me to Mr. Soto, who is a 40-year veteran of the district, works hard to keep the campus clean, one of the hardest working custodians that we have. Had an opportunity to shake his hand, thank him for his service. Then I visited Lineweaver, had an opportunity to spend some time with Principal Christine Georgelos and her first year and her leadership journey being principal out there at Lineweaver. Had a really good tour of the school, visited several classrooms, and got to see some of our wonderful board members' kids in action in their learning environment. So that was a lot of fun. And then I visited Wheeler and Principal Baltes in her first year in the permanent role. Talked a little bit about some of the facilities challenges facing the school, but then also really visited some amazing classrooms, got to interact with students as they were involved with their learning. And then lastly, I got an opportunity to go to Dietz and visit the Dragons and had an amazing student focus group with a group of 6th and 7th graders, mostly volleyball players, talking about everything from food quality to transportation to, you guessed it, HVAC, and why are the classrooms so hot and what can we do? So no surprise that facilities has come up everywhere that I have an opportunity to speak with students and staff, so definitely a big goal for us. And one of the students that we will be highlighting coming up in an upcoming board meeting is pictured right there. Wonderful student leader that we will be highlighting in our next governing board meeting from Dietz. We had an absolutely great series of school meetings, and picking up on one of those school meetings, we're going to return to Catalina, where as I walked around the campus and had a school tour, I also had a time to spend with Catalina student government and really having a focused conversation and working session about some of the issues there and some of the challenges to the learning experience there at Catalina High School. So we'll go ahead and get Catalina up, and then we'll talk Learning Leadership Prep Academy. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Norma Gonzalez, proud principal of the Trojan community.
Good evening, Dr. Trujillo, members of the board. I'm just going to pass it over to our student government to share some issues with you that they also shared with Dr. Trujillo at his visit. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'll turn it over.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Trujillo and other school board meetings and anyone else who is here. I hope you are having a really good day, and hello and welcome. My name is Angelica Chavez. I go by Angel. I am a sophomore, and we are a part of the student council. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Serenity Lopez, and I'm a junior.
My name is Yasmin, and I'm a senior. If we could go to the next slide, please. Okay, first we wanted to talk about student absenteeism. So why are students absent all the time? We talked to a bunch of kids at our school, friends, just people we know in class. One very big reason is it's hard to get to school. We saw earlier this week with a lot of flash floods. Some students won't walk through the rain like that. Some students' parents won't allow them to walk through the rain like that. I saw some kids get soaked on their way to school, and that was really tough to see. It's also hot. Tucson is very, very hot, and having these kids walk so far or try to catch the bus on time, sometimes they're not always able to make that time. They also have to work to either sustain themselves or their families. And if they had to choose between work and a paycheck or school and maybe not going to college, they're going to choose work every single time, because these kids, it's instant gratification and they don't see a future in school anymore. We're also thinking that school starts too early, or that the week is just too long. If maybe we had a shorter week at Catalina, I think the attendance would go up, just because then students could have that Friday, Saturday, Sunday just for work. And it's just hard to have a motivation for school when they go home and they don't have anything. Like they're not able to support themselves.
Okay, I will be speaking about student well-being. You're good. It kind of like connects with like the first point of our slide, but it would be better like it just have like if we have access to like counselors in an easier way. So like students that are struggling, like what she was saying, like to get to school sometimes it's difficult, or like they're having a bad day and they come in and they just like don't want to be there. So it's like to talk to a counselor, you have to like schedule an appointment and like do all of that work, and then it still takes time to even talk to the counselor. So it would be better to have like, even if we bring in like other people instead of calling them like counselors, because just that word brings fear into like students just in general, because they think, oh yeah, it's someone that's gonna just hear what I'm saying and kind of judge or tell the school. So if we have someone that's just constantly there, ready to check up on them, and also for our empathetic teachers, it'd be better to have empathetic teachers, because teachers are already doing pretty good just trying to connect. It is difficult with all the students that they do have, just trying to be able to connect with them. There's just too many for them. Maybe we have like certain days, if it's possible, to have like days to just connect to students with teachers, like just in the cafeteria, maybe like after school times, where it's like even you guys could show up and it just shows the students that like the board cares and the school cares about how they're feeling, and maybe they'll show up more. And funding could also be like a big support with it, even if it's not like tons of it, but it'll just help show like if we can put more work into it. We're already doing, student council is doing a lot to support like dances, seniors, so maybe just a little bit of help getting support for like the students just in general, other than just like seniors for like whatever they have going on.
Hello again. I have quite a few to cover. This one is the school safety. So the access to Catalina. It's an open campus, which is not the safest, and I feel like we should be more precautious about on the campus of the open campus. Like maybe more ideas of campus security, maybe. Also, the students tend to ditch due to the open campus, which causes to the absences, which is a big contribution. I don't know the word. Contribution. Thank you. Many students are worried and fear for their safety due to like the open campus. One of my peers at school were telling me about how they left campus and some older person was like following them and stalking them around the school, and I was like, okay, I will write this down and bring this up. Also, pretty recently, a few items have been stolen due to the lack of security and whatnot. Also, Narcan awareness availability. This contributes to mental health awareness, drug overdose awareness, opioid slash overdoses among TUSD, not just our own school, but TUSD. Outreach teams, extra support with narcotic prevention. And I have a question for all of you guys. What do we do as a community plan to do with the opioid and other narcotic usages and overdoses? This is just my personal, feelings towards the overdoses that have been highly increasing since the 2000s. I want to say 2010. I haven't even been born yet, and it's already highly increasing. What I was maybe thinking, I am very, very passionate about this. Maybe we can start bringing in within TUSD, we can have outreach teams such as Sonora. I think it's Sonoran drug use prevention. I'm not totally sure. I am sorry. But yes, also our sports and faculties. Our what's our track, right? Our track.
Oh yeah, our track.
Okay. Sorry. Our track isn't being used right now. I am pretty sure. Due to the unsafetyness, and this impacts not only our PE standards, which is running, walking, etc., just our momentum. But what are we doing about the sports equipments such as our tracks and our other sports? What alternatives could be presented? Because if we don't have a track, and how are we supposed to be able to continue our sports if we don't have really anything to do it with? Thank you for your time.
Okay, and lastly, I wanted to talk about school culture and climate. Thank you. Okay, I wanted to talk about student solidarity. Catalina specifically has a huge array of different students from different parts of the world. Our ELD classes and our special education classes, they're very separated from the rest of the school. While they make their own cliques within those classes, I think it's hard for them to branch out and just gain new social standings with the tight schedule they have. And I understand they're supposed to learn on a certain track, but if there was a little bit more leniency, I feel like it could greatly help the social standing of the special education students, and also help the ELD students learning English and interacting with people, because the best way to embrace a new culture is to be within that culture. I also wanted to talk about teacher connection. I think the teachers that we have are very good at what they do. I mean, we saw some of them today. While they're not my teachers, I could see and tell that they really enjoyed what they taught. They liked their students, and they pushed their students. Like, those test scores were amazing. That was crazy stuff. And I feel like a lot of Tucson district's teachers are the teachers that they would have wanted. And they also understand the place that the students come from. So they know how to push, but in an appropriate amount, so they're not overbearing or like putting too much stress on their students. And I think they do a really good job in that. But one thing that could help them and help students a lot is funding. And our teachers do the best they can with what they have, but a lot of our equipment and teaching things are just out of date. And so students see that teachers don't get paid a lot, they don't get a lot of resources, and so they're seeing the people they're supposed to look up to, and they're seeing them not get anywhere. So it's kind of unmotivating for them, and they don't want to go to college. They want to go to trade school, and they want to get these trades and get a paycheck, which isn't bad. We always need trades, but I think it's causing a big decline with furthering education. And then, like Serenity had said, it would be amazing to have more student-teacher interactions. Maybe if we had like teacher-student nights, or just more out of school events that kind of push teachers and students closer together in more of a community type setting rather than an authoritative and, I'm blanking on the word, but student setting, you know? It creates more trust and more understanding with each other. Thank you so much.
I do have one more thing I would like to add on. It kind of goes with like the culture and like the funding situation. Me and Yasmin do the announcements every morning. Just one like little interest is our school, like Catalina, is a very like diverse like school compared to other schools, but we do have still like an issue between like communication. So like most of the times when we do the announcements, we have had a couple people come in, but they only talk about going to an ELD club. So maybe if it's possible to try to get the TVs working so we can like actually like display what we're saying in different languages so they can actually like get the announcements. Because there are like some things we do after school that they don't know about and they're not able to attend because they don't understand what we're saying. But yeah, that was one thing I had to add.
Do you guys have any questions for us?
Governing board members? Ms. Shaw?
Thank you so much for your presentation. I learned a lot. I was unaware about the issue with the track and the issue with the announcements. I think that's a great idea. You know, and a lot of the times the board is, I mean, there's a separation between us and the schools because we can't know what's happening everywhere. So we really, we rely on you, students, or staff, or parents to let us know what's really happening at the school. And I hope that you'll continue to let us know what's going well and what needs improvement. And thank you.
Ms. Little Rose?
Hi, thank you so much for coming this evening. Really appreciate your presentation, and obviously you love Catalina or you wouldn't be here. And so to echo Ms. Shaw, I'm a big proponent of students coming to the board meetings to tell us what's going on at your school, because you're the boots on the ground. We can't be there. And I have a high school senior, so I know what's going on with her school, but I don't know what's going on in a lot of other schools. So I would gather that the rest of my colleagues feel the same, that we want to hear from you, and thank you for coming. And also know that, you know, the issues that you have brought to us, we're all concerned about and have had discussions up here on the dais, including the opioid epidemic and hopefully funding that will be coming in that will be able to make these things happen for you and your classmates. So again, thanks for presenting.
Mr. Romero?
So first of all, I want to commend you for coming out to speak at the board meeting. It takes a lot of courage for you young ladies to do this. You do have a great leadership with Dr. Norma, and I am grateful that I did have a recent visit to Catalina, and I did see your track that is condemned, from having that. I have brought that up, not just with administration, but also with the bond committee as well. When I did walk the campus, the safety issue that was brought up here today was brought up with me to our security issue with that as well. So I want you to know, at least for me, when I do go to these sites, what you guys see, Principal Norma and your assistant principals are telling the board members your concerns as well. So it's not just theirs, but they are utilizing you guys. And then also, like you're talking about the counselors and things that you need. Make sure you keep talking to your principals, your vice principals, and the other teachers there, because they do relay it to us up over here. And again, like I said, I'm doing the best I can to at least get these things in front of the people that we need to, because I know safety is the number one key for you guys, not just Catalina, but for all our schools. But again, I appreciate your courage. I appreciate you standing up for your school. And again, I appreciate your leadership. Thank you, Dr. Norma.
Dr. Shaw.
I echo my colleagues' comments. Thank you for being here representing the needs of the students. We exist to help you learn and grow as individuals in our society. And one comment I'll make is, if you're interested in really working in addressing addiction and opioid crisis, we do have a civic board, or not board, but district task force that's looking at substance use reduction, how to use some settlement money from Jewel to help address some of this. And so, get in touch and we can get you engaged and involved in that if there's something that's interesting for you.
Yes, please.
I would just like to add some of these things that you talked about, like the rain, walking to school, and it being hot, and trying to catch the bus. All of these things are very important for us to know, and sometimes we just kind of overlook the things that are a hindrance to students and coming to school. And the work issue, needing to have a paycheck in order to make it, that's really important too. So I think these ideas that you're sharing with us are a great knowledge to us, because we try to look outside the box, but learning this from you is really important. And I thank you, all of you, for being here. And it's just wonderful to hear from students. So thank you. Dr. Trujillo.
Yeah, I want to thank our student government leaders. We had a great working session. My two deliverables coming out of there is, number one, bond oversight. We know that all of our high schools are getting new tracks, but really seeing if we can move Catalina's up, because it is inoperable. So I think you can make a case for moving schools up when their equipment is just not working. It is correct, it's not safe for competition. So we know that all of our schools got the funding for the new all-weather track, but we'll work with bond oversight to see if we can get them into maybe next year's installation to move up that schedule. And then the second deliverable is the TVs and the audio. As my message to the students is, we talked a lot about issues that are a little bigger picture and are going to require some legislative action and hopefully an override success story in a few weeks to maybe address some of the other issues. But the items we can move on now, I believe, are the track and really working to see if we can get those TVs up and running for our multilingual learners that we have there. So again, thank you, and thank you, Dr. Gonzalez, for making the time.
Thank you.
Couple more items to finish out the superintendent's report. We kicked off earlier this month, we kicked off the Leadership Prep Academy. We welcomed in 30 new participants. Some of them I think I see here. One of their assignments is to attend board meetings. And the Leadership Prep Academy is our strongest pipeline for educators who are interested in moving into administration, whether the assistant principal role or the principal role. And so we kicked off our first meeting, and they'll be meeting over a series of 6 to 8 working sessions, really talking about the roles and the responsibilities and the temperament and the belief system necessary to be strong administrative leaders in our district. We have several sitting principals and assistant principals that are veterans and alumni of the Leadership Prep Academy, which began back in the 15-16 school year. This Saturday, we had the first ever disco run, the 5K run. I want to thank our board members, Board Member Luna Rose, President Ekstrom, Board Member Romero for showing up and supporting the event. We had over almost 400 employees out there in a celebration of wellness, which is really what this is about, is making great decisions about wellness and personal wellness and getting out there and being active. This is my dream event, so it was very hard for me not to be there because I already had travel plans. It was over the fall break, but hopefully next year we'll get that thing away from, I know Dr. Shaw, you were also traveling on the fall break, but hopefully we'll get it scheduled next year where we won't have the fall break. I think if we didn't have the fall break, it could have very easily been 700 or 800 employees out there. And to have almost 400 out there was absolutely amazing. I want to thank John Fernandez, our Chief Human Capital Officer, and the HR team for really putting all of this together. And lastly, I would be remiss if I didn't, I'm going to put her on blast here, but we had Board Member Luna Rose, my understanding, is the winner of the 1 mile fun run. Actually claimed victory in that event. So let's give her a round of applause.
Dr. Trujillo, I believe Mr. Romero also placed in the 5K.
And Mr. Romero did place in the 5K, so congratulations. Yes.
We won't say the age range, though.
we won't
50
say.
to 59, it's all right, 50 to 59.
I didn't want to speak for you.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll just say, I was very surprised that I came in first. When I was told, I was like, no, I thought it was a joke. Until Miss Ekstrom said, no, you were running by yourself. And I guess I was, but I thought it was just because, I don't know, I just wasn't thinking. So, but it was fun. I think we all had a really good time. We were able to not have the rain, so that was great. So kudos to everybody that puts together. It was a really good time.
And the spirit of the event will continue to be our message. We want to see every single employee in our district make a choice for personal wellness and physical well-being, whether it's walking, jogging, running, hiking, swimming, or biking, getting out there and being active, everybody wins. So a healthy workforce is a happy workforce. And lastly, to conclude tonight's superintendent's report, we are officially in Principal Appreciation Month. And so as we continue to celebrate all the incredible people who make the Tucson Unified School District so special, I want to take a moment to recognize some of the most important educators that we have in our system. It's our principals. They're the heart and backbone of every school. They create the conditions that are optimal for teacher and student success, and they assume the awesome responsibility of making sure that all of our beautiful learners and young people come home every single day to their parents and keep them safe, and also make sure that our employees are safe when they arrive on campus and go home every single day. They lead with dedication, vision, and an unwavering commitment to creating safe and supportive and inclusive learning environments for every student. And so behind every successful teacher, very engaged student, and every thriving school community is an amazing principal who works so tirelessly to make school such an amazing experience for our students and staff. So this month, we celebrate their leadership and their resilience and their passion for the work. So on behalf of our entire district, I want to thank all of our amazing principals for their outstanding service and for being such champions of student success and parental and staff empowerment. And our principals are going to be treated to a very special lunch. We're going to be providing them this week at their principals meeting in a couple of days in recognition of their service. And so with that, that concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you. Next is call to the audience. I will turn that over to Dr. Shaw.
All right, thank you, President Ekstrom. Members of the public may speak during the call to the audience. The governing board clerk shall be responsible for recognizing speakers and for maintaining order where it may be appropriate. Those who speak in person or want to have their comments read shall email or call the board office or complete a request to address the board form before the meeting. Speakers who have not completed a request form are not permitted to address the board. The speaker must state their full name and topic prior to addressing the board. Speakers are encouraged to be brief with a maximum time of 3 minutes. While more than one speaker may speak together in the time allowed, speakers are reminded that they are not allowed to speak more than once, and they may not transfer or delegate their time to others. If there are documents for the board, please give them to the board office staff, and they will ensure each board member receives a copy. Those attending the meeting and are speaking before the board shall observe rules of good conduct. Speakers shall also refrain from inappropriate or slanderous remarks. And because TUSD serves students from preschool through high school, speakers should be aware there may be children present and listening. At the end of the call to the audience, the governing board president will ask if any board member wishes to respond to criticism, wish to ask staff to review a matter, or wish to ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. No more than 2 members may address each topic. Contents of this card are public information. All right, we have 2 in person and 1 to be read. We'll start with Jerry Schuster, followed by Lillian Fox.
Good evening, Board President Ekstrom, members of the Governing Board, Dr. Trujillo, Councilor Ross, and staff. Once again, thank you for this opportunity to speak before you. What I want to talk about tonight is I just want to put out an idea to help possibly fill a gap whenever there's not a teacher in the classroom. We all too often have situations where the position is unfilled for a variety of reasons, or a teacher is on extended leave. And one thing that an online search has brought up to me was the fact that a lot of the schools across the nation are using graduate students from universities as guest lecturers. That's one resource we could possibly tap into, since of course we have well-established relationships with the U of A, with Pima College, with JTED. And I've seen all too often where a class was either canceled or the students would be dispersed because we don't have a teacher in the classroom. So if we had a series of guest lecturers, whether they be grad students or possibly even university or community college or JTED staff members, that could help bridge the gap. Now, to be sure, that's not a substitute for getting a fully qualified teacher in the classroom. We always want that. The goal is always to get a fully qualified, certified teacher in that classroom. But while the teacher's not there, whether it's because of an unfilled position or a long-term leave for whatever reason, that's one way to help bridge the gap. And it would also give students a feeling that they're not being shortchanged, that they'll be getting some valuable expertise, and this could be particularly critical in CTE classes, culturally relevant classes, or dual credit classes in particular. So this could benefit not only the students because they would get that much more expertise while filling this gap, but also even when we do fill the classroom, or even in any situation where there is a regular teacher, that expertise would help. And again, the students would feel a sense of continuity. And once again, we could expand upon the partnerships we have with our secondary institutions. And this would build upon the idea of us doing a lot of innovative thinking, a lot of innovative actions. And remember last meeting, we talked about how students would get credit, college credit, for speaking various languages. This could be another innovative way to build upon our partnerships with our institutions of higher education. Once again, I thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you, Jerry. Next, we have Lillian Fox.
President Ekstrom, members of the board, Dr. Trujillo, and Yolanda. Okay, you've seen this before. This is kind of just a rewording of what I said last time. Oh, by the way, CFO Hernandez has told the subs they're overpaid. You might consider increasing sub pay. Then you'd have a few more, because being a sub is hard work. Okay, it's a tragedy when only 27% of TUSD students are proficient in English language arts, and only 21% are proficient in math. That's really unacceptable. Kids who are down at that level, how are they going to get a decent job? They don't have basic skills they need to succeed. The longer kids are in TUSD, the lower the percentage of kids who are proficient. If you turn over to the next page, you can see a graph that shows that. Now, goes up a little bit when you get to high school, but that's because so many of our middle school kids drop out, either during middle school or after high school, or after middle school, because they're struggling. It's too hard when you don't have the academic skills, so they don't bother to go to high school. Now, the problem is not money. TUSD has, over the years, gotten over $2 billion of DSEG money. No other school district in Tucson gets DSEG money. We are the only ones. So for somebody to say, oh, we haven't had a bond override. No, every year since Methuselah was a baby, you've had the DSEG money, and it was a lot of money. Now, the next chart, the one that looks like this, compares proficiency in English language arts to how much money per student the districts get. If you look at this, you'll see TUSD gets more money per student than any other local district. They get more money per student than all except for one of the 11 large school districts. We've got money, but we're not succeeding. Flowing Wells has higher rates of poverty than we do by a lot, and they always beat us by a lot in English and in math. We need to be working on our strategies to improve proficiency. So you can see money's not the deciding factor. Catalina does not have a lot of money. They way outperform everybody else. We have all kinds of people with PhDs in education. They're supposed to be up on the research and the methods that work for improving performance. What do kids need? What do kids need so that they start showing up for school? This is not a secret. Your job is not to know the answers to that. Your job is to make sure the superintendent is using strategies like that. And when you do his performance pay for next year, sorry.
Thank you. Next, we have one to be read. It's from Jasmine Green, Changes to Public Education. Dear members of the TUSD Governing Board, my name is Jasmine Green, and I am a parent of 4 children, with some in TUSD schools and 1 homeschooled. I see both sides of education, and I believe TUSD has an opportunity to make schools stronger, more supportive, and more engaging for all kids. The data show the challenge clearly. Enrollment in Arizona public schools is declining, special education numbers are rising, and TUSD's reading and math scores remain below the state average. Families are looking for alternatives because the current one-size-fits-all system doesn't meet the needs of many children. We can change this by replacing what doesn't work and what does. Here are a few clear examples. Cut extra standardized tests, prep weeks, and drill packets. Replace with projects, portfolios, and presentations so kids can show their learning in real, creative ways. Cut long lectures and endless worksheets. Replace with small group learning, hands-on activities, and classroom discussions where students can bounce ideas off each other and teachers can better understand how they think. Cut memorizing long lists of facts without context. Replace with fewer key lessons tied to real life, connecting math to money or cooking and history to today's issues so kids understand why it matters. Cut expensive prep books and repetitive drill materials. Replace with free or low-cost tools like videos, podcasts, peer teaching, and structured discussions to keep learning engaging without straining the budget. Most importantly, this change would help children feel confident and excited about learning. No child should feel broken because the system doesn't match how they think. If TUSD takes the lead, it can not only improve outcomes for students, but also rebuild trust with families who want to believe in public education again. If the board is considering any of these ideas, I will be happy to provide additional details and more specifics about how these changes could be implemented successfully. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Jasmine Green.
Governing board members, do any of you have any questions, comments? Ms. Shaw?
Thank you to everyone who spoke today. Ms. Fox, I appreciate you bringing all this data to us at each board meeting. We do need to work on these issues and work quickly on them because it's, our district has been suffering from these low scores for quite a long time. And I do intend to push the superintendent to work towards these goals more thoroughly in item 7.2.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you. That concludes the call to the audience. Next, we'll move on to item 6.2, the approval to rename the Tucson High Magnet School Gallery to the Hugh and Getty Gallery. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, President Extra, members of the governing board, I'd like to welcome our interim principal at Tucson Magnet High School, Mr. John Lanza, who will introduce this agenda item and this request, and our guests.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Good evening, Governing Board President Ekstrom, Clerk Shaw, board members, Council Aronoff, and Superintendent Trujillo. Thank you for having us here tonight. You're going to hear a little bit of history tonight about Tucson High School, about the gallery, but also within that, you're going to hear from some amazing educators, legendary teachers from Tucson High School. To give you a little bit of background about the gallery at Tucson High School, we'll start in 1924. That is when the main was completed, and the area of the gallery and the library were just open as sky atriums. They're open to the air, kind of open space in the middle of the school. Little side note, coolers were not installed in the main building until the 1950s. So got by for 30 years or so there with some regular air. In 1994, the main building was undergoing remodeling and adding display cases, a new library, and an art gallery. Using both of the atriums, one was made into a modern library and the other was made into our current art gallery. In 1995, the gallery was opened and Victoria Huff was then put in charge of the Galleria. And that fully came into effect in 1998. She was then joined by Jolene Getting, the art teacher at Tucson High at the time, and they made the gallery a class for the art students. They worked together for 8 years creating shows like the Holocaust, Africa, India, History of Tucson High School, Black History, Day of the Dead, and many others. Many shows included student photography, industrial and metalworks, science fair projects, and of course student artwork. The Galleria class was responsible for maintaining the space, setting up, taking down, and being docents under the care of Victoria and Jolene. Eventually, Victoria took over the gallery entirely and continued until 2012 when her husband Scott and her retired. They came back and were recruited back to Tucson High School in 2016 and cared for the gallery until 2023. I'm going to share a little bit about these two legendary educators. First, Victoria Huff. She taught for 23 years at Tucson High School, primarily as the curator there of the gallery. She created the gallery shows 23 years ago, and she wrote up as one of the main gallery shows the history of Tucson High School. And I know many of you have been through the gallery and have seen those displays. Victoria also was charged with creating and maintaining displays for over 100 display cases throughout Tucson High School. So you can walk through our halls, see a history of Tucson High School, the programs, and it's amazing how much time that covers. She originated the idea for the front display case, Where Are They Now?, which focused on an alumni. Her goal was to introduce current students to the possibilities by presenting the story of former Badgers who were very successful in their careers. She also designed a case featuring graduates of Tucson High who had returned and were currently teachers. So many of our current teachers, former alumni, are highlighted in that display. Lastly, the Hall of Champions display, and many of you have been through the Hall of Champions in between our two gyms. She was responsible for the displays there as well. Jolene Getting was an art teacher for 40 years at Tucson High School. 10 years of that was part-time teaching, but from 1975 to this year, 2025, Ms. Getting has been a teacher at Tucson High. She's taught a variety of classes, English classes, but also is known as her time as a gallery teacher, and then our AP Art History, which she currently teaches this year. She was a national faculty member for 2 years, is part of the Women's Plaza of Honor in Tucson. And then one of her main events that really still carries a lot of story and legacy there was a big trip she did to the Navajo Reservation years ago. This cross-cultural trip included 45 photographers, artists, writers, and they traveled from Tucson and from Tucson High School to the Navajo Reservation, and they partnered with Chinle High School. And then also were able to participate in that was Tony Hillerman, the famous author, was part of that trip. And they spent time in Monument Valley and across the reservation up there. So that was kind of a forerunner for a lot of what you see in Tucson High School with the culturally relevant classes, the culturally responsive classes that we offer there. One of the additional things that she helped with and that still carries on is the senior breakfast tradition. She was a National Honor Society advisor at Tucson High, and as I said, is our current AP Art History teacher. So the Huff Getting Gallery is named after these two amazing educators, and I would like to begin by inviting up Miss Jolene Getting to share some of her story. Miss Getting.
You've had such a busy night. Thank you for everything that you do and listen to in each one of these meetings. Good evening. Mr. Lanza did such a great job that I'm just going to highlight. This all started with a brilliant architect, a tricky principal, and a bunch of 14-year-olds. I'm so hopeful that this bond passes, and Tucson High was in great need at the time of remodeling. There were rooms I would never go into because the ceiling tiles would fall. Each classroom only had one outlet. Anyway, Mr. Mary was the firm that landed the remodel, and when each team of architects go through, they look for things that they could expand on, that they could do something with. And so they immediately pounced on the gallery, which was just a dirt patio with one very sad looking palm tree. And it was open to the air, and the other space was full of cooling equipment. And so they felt they could capture that. It was Bob Mary who said, you know what, let's not just put a skylight, let's do something really stunning. And they did. It's a pyramidal glass skylight, and that's the space that became our art gallery. John Hogue was our principal, and unbeknownst to me, I think he had this plan that he wanted that space, that one space, to become an art gallery. We had known each other because we've been gay teachers, and so he invited me into the office one day and he said, you know how you like projects and student learning, student-based learning? How would you like to take your GATE class and put together an art gallery? I've got an extra classroom. I'll pay for the paint, and with a small budget. And that's how we started. We used the collection at Lurk, and these were 14-year-olds. This was a GATE English and Humanities component. The kids, we looked at what we had. They decided on doing a show that covered the arts of Mexico. There was so much research. We had Rolando Flores headed up the Yaqui. We had the Seri Indians. It was a tremendous show. And one of the things that kind of feeds into what you heard tonight was that this program is about art. We were always good. We were always stunning, but we were more in terms of the kids. We had one of the students in this first little class was GATE, but LD. And so he had difficulty with reading. He couldn't read a text orally. He could listen to one. But Robert became the star. He knew how to hang anything. I could say, somebody would come to me and say, how should we do this? I said, Robert, you've got a problem to solve here. And so it became a program where kids that sometimes never, ever thrived were in the spotlight. As we went forward with Mrs. Huff, and I have to say a few things about Mrs. Huff, because while I'm an English teacher, that 40 years, most of my day went to that. So when John Hogue, let me just come back to this, he invited the board. It would have been you all that came to the classroom, and somehow he sold, wouldn't this be a great idea if Tucson High had a gallery space? Look what the kids wrote. Look what the kids put together. Look at their research. They knew nothing. We were reading the Aeneid and the Odyssey. Look what happened. And so and then John called me and he said, how would you like this lovely space that you've been trying to turn into a garden to become an art gallery? So we had a sneaky principal, I think, who had a vision, and that's how it came to be. It has been an honor to work with Mrs. Huff. I did not come on until after I went on maternity leave, and we worked together for many years, but it's her heart, really, that made this a space where people could come. We had pianists at lunch, before, after. You really knew that Tucson High Magnet was a fine art school because so many people were there. Kids came with problems. Faculty came to talk. We even had a yoga class. All of that. Sometimes we had kids just come, lie on the floor, look at the clouds and the blue sky. It's the best medicine in the world. None of that would have happened if Mrs. Huff had not had that big heart, that welcoming attitude. Not one student ever left our gallery without being puffed up with two things: confidence and inspiration. Her husband is of the same ilk. We had a student in one of our classes that came down with leukemia. Scott stayed at the hospital so many nights, talking to Andrew, listening to Andrew. It's been a very much a family thing. When we're listening to the Catalina kids, I hear that they're hungry for relationships with teachers. And I think that's part of what made the gallery such a success. You know, there was even a time when the gallery was closed. We were coming up with ideas. The hijab came up. We danced to African music. You know, those kinds of things don't often happen. But that kind of the relationship that was established so that people felt welcome. And the shows were amazing. And each show, as we've been talking this week, each show is filled with kids. Kids who, we did have GATE students because they would follow me in, but we had kids from exceptional ed. We had kids who didn't know very much English. Those triumphs, I will never forget. You know, we had help from the exceptional ed. Okay, Jolene, now I want you, when you're working with Cecilia, just two things. Just give her two things. It was an amazing project, really, and project learning. I know that Mrs. Huff, if we have time, we'll hit some high points of a couple shows, but she has some things to say about the last show, and Scott has a show too. I want to thank you for giving us the chance to make these experiences really worth the time. Keep doing a good job.
It's really hard to follow. I thank the board for considering this renaming of the gallery. And I'm Victoria Huff. I'm sorry about that. I'm Victoria Huff. And I did start working in the gallery in 1996. And it was an honor of a lifetime for me to do that. We had 4 doors that were always open to students. We had 2 baby grand pianos in the gallery, and at lunchtime, they hit the keys, and they played from one thing to another. It was just like so amazing. And like Jolene said, sometimes it would snow in Tucson. Students would lay on the ground, on the carpet, and look up and watch the snow or the rain hit the glass above them, and it was just always wonderful. But I wanted to talk tonight. We did many shows. We did shows on the Holocaust. We did 2 of those, and we were recognized by the mayor for one of the shows that we had done. But I wanted to focus on the last one that we did in 2022, and it was for Black History Month. And just like I've heard over and over all night tonight, that it takes students and teachers to make anything happen at a school, and it didn't stop even at the gallery. We had many classrooms throughout the school that helped us to. They turned in artwork, and I'm just going to go right through this. In fact, we had so much materials in the gallery that we kept the exhibit up from January all the way, January, February, March, and then we ended it. But we had participation from teachers and students. They always made our exhibits very special, and this was especially true for this show. Our Black Culture Club at Tucson High brought in college-bound students interested in sharing their stories with fellow students. Each member of the club was photographed and their story documented and became part of the exhibit. Several of the Spanish classes put together stories, bios, and photos of famous Afro-Latino Americans. This drew a lot of interest from so many students because it combined shared cultures and that our students could relate to. All the art classes participating by filling the gallery with student art that included Black artists, scientists, political leaders, and athletes. And a special thanks to James Fenewald, who is one of the art teachers. His classroom put together a village of popsicle sticks that became the center of our exhibit. Right in the center of this big area was Seneca Village. It was a village that was located in Central Park. It was located in Central Park in New York City. By 1855, over 225 people lived in Seneca Village. Of those people were free African Americans and Irish immigrants who lived there and had homes, had schools, had churches, and along came 1857 with eminent domain and brought an end to the village and forced the destruction of their homes, their livelihood. And they were left, all their homes were condemned and torn down. And then, let's see. So this happened right before the Civil War, but so you had people living there. During our lunch hour, students would come in, and we had put butcher paper down, and we had all these stick homes, popsicle stick homes, all set up, and students came in and they said, oh, you need grass. So they came in, we had oil pastels, and everybody during their lunch hours, whether they built the buildings or not, just decided to come in and be active with making trees, making grass, making streams and gardens, kind of like how it probably looked back then. The government class also participated. The government and history classes brought in work that reflected their study of slavery, the Constitution, and human rights, an important part of the history of our country. We also contacted the Library of Congress and learned that they had recorded and documented stories from former slaves in the 1920s and 30s. With photos and written stories, students could read what women and men went through in their own words. There was also a QR code that we had on the panel that they could click on and with their phones, and they could hear the actual stories and voices of these former slaves. The Black Culture Club brought in free Black literature books for students to read and take home. We brought in sitting area for the students to come in during lunch hour to sit and read. We try to teach what our country looked like in the past through photos and written history, from slavery, freedom riders, to integration of schools. But we also wanted to include what currently was going on and how each of us is responsible to stand up for positive changes, which are just as important today. It's really nice seeing students from Choya and Catalina coming in and talking to the board. I would like to recognize the TUSD print shop and Gary Hawkins. They created so many large prints for our exhibit. This visual experience was made possible through them. A story is always better with pictures. And I see all these pictures here, I like that. With the principal's permission, all photos and enlargements were donated to the Black History Museum under construction on the campus of the historical Dunbar School. So that was one show I wanted to particularly highlight.
Good evening. My name is Scott Huff, and I just want to try not to duplicate what you've heard tonight already, but I do have a place in my heart for Tucson High and the Galleria. I'm a retired, good evening to the TUSD School Board, Dr. Trujillo, staff, and guest. My name is Scott Huff. I'm a retired math teacher from TUSD. I'm a product of TUSD schools. I started at Mary Lynn School back in the 50s. And graduated from another school, but I am a Badger at heart. Half of my closet are red shirts. I've seen several of you school board members at Tucson High and at graduation night, and we still go there quite often. I was there today, actually. I taught 30 years of math at Tucson High, but the last 7 years, I got a chance to help my wife, Victoria, and Jolene in the gallery, and that's what I really wanted to talk to you about tonight. Wherever I go around Tucson, I can run into people that will look familiar. They'll say, are you a teacher? Did you teach at Pister, Pima College, Tucson High? And I'll say, yeah. And they say, oh yeah, I went to Tucson High back in 1995. And I'll say, well, my favorite question is, what was your favorite class? Hoping it was math. And I don't get that a lot. But or I'll ask them, who was your favorite teacher? Sometimes they will say, oh, it was a tall guy or something like that. But I say, remember the Galleria? Yes. It was across from the counselor's office. I remember going in there at lunch. Then that makes the connection right there. Many people have gone through the Galleria from the staff here. I've seen board members, superintendents, Mary Bell McCorkle. Remember, she had a retirement party in the Galleria that was special. Many shows at the Galleria, but I think I'll just mention one in particular that really close to my heart. And that is the show that was done on the 143 Tucson High students that went to World War II and did not come home. 143. Each one of those students had a panel of their picture, their history, what happened to them during the war, and it was in the gallery, plus many aspects of display, uniforms, lots and lots of pictures, and so on. James Van Horn was a junior at Tucson High, 1940, and went to the counselor's office and was recruited by a gentleman named Captain Kidd, who was with the U.S. Navy. And James went home and talked to his mom. They signed papers. His parents signed papers so he could be in the Navy. He left school early, didn't finish at Tucson High, went to California, went to training in the Navy. When he graduated from his training, they said, well, what ship do you want to be on? He said, I'm from Tucson, Arizona. I want to be on the USS Arizona. Well, Captain Kidd, who recruited him at Tucson High, turned out to be the captain of the USS Arizona. And they both passed away on December 7th, 1941. So each one of those 143 students got to meet personally through their story and put them on display so that the parents, students, and staff could come through the gallery and learn more about each one of those. We had people come in the gallery at night on the weekends. One gentleman came in and his father was on display. His mother was pregnant with him before, and so he never got a chance to meet his father, who was shot down over Europe. So that's just one of the shows that we had in the gallery. So anyways, I think it's great what you're doing, naming the Galleria after Victoria and Jolene. I think it's an honor for the hard work and dedication to the school and staff there. And I think the Galleria, for people that come to visit the Galleria, come back, and they see that it's been named after them, that these two women that helped make the Galleria today. Thank you for your time.
Wow, amazing. And as I told you, 3 legendary educators there and quite the history for Tucson High School. So this evening, Governing Board members, I'd like to ask for your approval to rename the Tucson High Magnet School Gallery to the Howe Getting Gallery.
Ms. Ekstrom?
Yes, Ms. Luna Rose.
I'd like to move the item.
Second. The item has been moved by Ms. Luna Rose and seconded by Dr. Shaw. Is there any discussion?
Ms. Ekstrom?
Yes, Ms. Shaw.
I just want to thank you both for all of the amazing work that you've done at Tucson High to support the arts. I've had the opportunity to check out the gallery and see that exhibition that you talked about, and I still actually think about the oral histories, and you know, every time I go into that gallery, the work and the care and the professionalism is on par with other galleries around town and museum exhibitions. So I look forward to the renaming of this, and I look forward to all the work that you all will be a part of in the future. Thank you.
Ms. Luna Rose?
I just want to thank our guests coming to, you know, we sit up here and a lot of people come talk to us, but sometimes the history gets lost in that, because we're in the moment, we're trying to work on a policy and whether we're going to get a yes or no. So I appreciate you coming and talking about the history of, at the time this was going on, I'm going to date myself. You know, I was at a school across town, so it's nice to know that the district that I'm now proudly representing, it's nice to know the history. So thank you for coming this evening.
So my dad went to Pueblo High School and my mom went to Tucson High. So there was always a battle between who had the best, you know, high school experience, but I am so proud to vote in favor of this in honor of my late mother. So with that, all those in favor say aye. 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 Those opposed, motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you so much. We should come up and take a picture, Dr. Trujillo? Okay, next is consent agenda, items 5.2 through 5.13. Dr. Trio?
President Ekstrom, board members, the administration recommends board approval of the consent agenda as arranged.
Ms. Ekstrom,
Ms. Luna Rose?
could we pull 5.4 for discussion, please?
Any other items to be pulled?
I'll move to approve the others.
I'll second. The motion has been made by Dr. Shaw and seconded by myself. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Next is item 5.4. Ms. Luna Rose.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ekstrom. So I just wanted to get a little bit more clarification on this item concerning the FAFSA. For those who don't know what FAFSA is, it's the free application that high school seniors fill out to see what they're eligible for concerning grants and scholarships and loans. So as a parent who literally just filled this out over fall break, I kind of wanted to see, I just wanted some more information to see if this was something new, or is this a continuation of something in the past?
Absolutely. I'd like to welcome our program coordinator for guidance counseling for secondary for our high schools, Ms. Rebecca Carrier, to address any of these questions.
Good evening, everyone. Dr. Trujillo, members of the board. Thank you for having me here to speak to this. We have had this agreement with the Arizona Board of Regents for quite a few years now, dating back to before I became a part of TUSD. And what this intergovernmental agreement is that the Arizona Board of Regents, in association with the Arizona Education Council, formerly the Metropolitan Education Council, they provide some high schools, we don't have all of our high schools in TUSD affiliated, with peer funding and support and training for high school senior peer coaches and advisors to pull that work together. So what that looks like is there is intensive training for the students and for the advisors on helping students register for the FAFSA ID, and then the register, and then of course fill out the FAFSA, complete the FAFSA, and hold other informational nights and filling out college applications and such forth. Additionally, they have a goal, an annual goal, each site, to improve their previous year's FAFSA completion rate by 5%. And so we have been striving for that goal, maintaining it at some of our sites, but we have had steady increases through the life of this agreement.
Okay. Thank you for the explanation, because like I said, literally just went through this process and wondering if that was, I know that at Rincon at least there was, students came and sat down and filled out their FAFSA, and so I just wanted to know if this was a continuation, and I'm glad to see that it is, and it's been very helpful because it's kind of a confusing process, and a little bit of work on both the parent and student end. So I appreciate the district getting into the renewing this intergovernmental agreement. And with that, I'd like to move the item.
I'll second.
A motion has been made by Ms. Luna Rose and seconded by Dr. Shaw. Is there any other discussion?
Ms. Ekstrom?
Ms. Shaw.
Thank you for pulling this item, Ms. Luna Rose. I think when this first came to us, when I first got on the board, I noticed that it was only at a few schools or a handful of schools, and I asked that all the schools would receive a FAFSA coach. Looking now, seems like Saguaro and Santa Rita are missing from this IGA. Is there any reason to that? And if possible, I'd like the board to see if we can get those schools to have this service.
Actually, I'm really glad you asked that question, because the reason they're missing from this IGA is because they're actually working on they have a similar program working with the University of Arizona specifically that is very similar, and they also get funding. We were really happy to see they were using their funding to bring bus full of students from the east side to our Southern Arizona College and Career Night a couple weeks ago. So there are several programs that support peer coaches.
Okay, so they're receiving similar services that are grant funded?
Yes, they are. Sabino High School had been on the list prior, and they decided to go a different direction, but also utilizing, they still have peer coaches, just not through Arizona Board of Regents.
Okay. And then as far as hitting the metrics of increasing FAFSA, increasing the FAFSA applications from seniors, how are we doing on that? I know we're kind of alluded to the fact that we're approaching our goals. I'm thinking about an op-ed that current Ward 5 council member Rocky Perez wrote maybe last year about low FAFSA applications among Pima County students. And so, this does have a dollar amount. I just hope that all of the information is being presented to students and families. I'm not sure if Ms. Luna Rose or her child was aware of this opportunity, if you had to do it yourself, or if your daughter was able to use one of these peer coaches. But just want to make sure that everybody knows that these resources are available.
Thank you. And she did, BrinkCon held a day for the seniors to fill it out at the library, but I had to fill it out on my own. So my portion, so that was a lot of fun. But it's vitally important to have this help at all our schools. So I'm glad you asked the question about the schools that were missing from this list. As long as they have some sort of similar program, I think is really key.
Yeah. Well, with that, I haven't had to fill that out as a parent yet, but is there an opportunity to also help parents fill out their portion of the
Yes,
FAFSA?
that's a large part of the initiative.
Okay.
Is once the FAFSA ID is created, so the FAFSA just opened earlier in the month, and so now that the FAFSA itself is open, there will be numerous parent information nights and support available for parents and families with the FAFSA and other ways of securing financial aids, grants, scholarships.
Oh, good. And then, what's happening at Rincon, is it duplicated at other schools, or is it, depending on the peer coach and the principal? It's
the same program at other schools. It could be implemented slightly differently at different sites, but the advisors and the peer coaches all receive the same training.
I see. Okay, thank you.
There's a motion and a second on the table. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is item 6.1, the approval to appoint new members to serve on the Tucson TUSD Budget Advisory Committee. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, President Nuna Rose, governing board members, at your executive session meeting a few weeks ago, you had an opportunity to identify the candidates that the committee would like to move forward, the Budget Advisory Committee. And so tonight, in accordance with that guidance, I would like to formally present to the governing board for consideration the following three nominees. Dr. Norma Gonzalez, who is the principal of Catalina High School. Also, Dana Islas, who works in the Curriculum and Instruction Division, and Mr. William Soland, who is a parent in the district and in his professional life is a very experienced attorney. So those are the three recommendations this evening.
Ms. Luna Rose, did you want to add anything?
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Trujillo, for saying I had their names written down. So the committee, and thank you to the BAC members for being very diligent on this. We were in their meeting for a couple hours trying to go through, going through all the applications, and then it was brought to us. And thank you for all of those who applied. And while we do need more people, right now we are going to vote on 3. We need 3 more, correct, Ms. Balboa, to? Yes. Yes, we will need 3 more. We're hoping for a lot more members of the community. Thank you to all the administrators who did apply. But as you, we'll have 2 from working, 2 district employees, and so we're looking for more members of the community, whether that's a parent or a business member or just somebody who wants to get involved that's not connected to the district. So please go to our website and to our governing board page of where all the committees are, and you can fill out your application and it will come to us, and hopefully you can get onto the BAC in a very near future. And with that, I'd like to move the item.
Second. The item has been moved by Ms. Luna Rose and seconded by myself. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. I believe we have Mr. Solon in the audience and someone on Zoom. Oh, yes, and we have you too. So if you'd like to come up and say a few words, you are more than welcome to do so.
Thank you, members of the board and superintendent. I really want to thank you all for this opportunity. My oldest kid is a TUSD student. My youngest is going to start kindergarten at Sam Hughes next year. And my father graduated from Palo Verde High School back in 1967. I had the misfortune to grow up in Phoenix, so I was not a TUSD student, but I'm glad to be able to help in any way that I can, and thank you very much.
Great. Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Thanks. Good evening, Dr. Trujillo, governing board members. I just want you to know that I am truly grateful and honored to have been appointed to the Budget Advisory Committee. I want to thank you for this opportunity to serve TUSD in this capacity. And I'm just looking forward to collaborating and with the committee members and stakeholders around TUSD's financial goals, and yeah, so I'm very honored, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Did we have somebody on Zoom, Jean? No? Okay. Thank you so much. Next is item 6.3, the annual financial report and school level financial report for Tucson Unified School District. Dr. Trillo.
Yes, President Ekstrom, I'd like to welcome our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Ricky Hernandez.
Good evening, board members. This is the time-honored tradition of looking at the annual financial report for the fiscal year that ended June 30th. I'm glad it's still a happy time for you, Mr. Romero. But yeah, so just, this is a report that we have to bring to you, the board, and to our community to just talk about overall the summary of how we ended financially in the fiscal year that just concluded on June 30th. So as just to provide some background to people out there in the community, This is just an unaudited budget to financial activity for the 24-25 fiscal year. It really is just a large summary of all of the finances and the activity that we conducted across the district last fiscal year. It helps us to finalize our carry forward amounts in 3 major funds: M&O, unrestricted capital, and the classroom site fund, just so we know exactly how we are able to carry forward those dollars into the current fiscal year. The Auditor General will use the data that's compiled in this report to put together the classroom spending report, which will be issued in March of 2026. So over the course of the next several months, the Auditor General will evaluate this data and compile it to develop what our final spending report will be next spring. 2 things that this report is not: this is not an audit report. This is nothing that was specifically audited. This was compiled by the Financial Services Department. This is also not equivalent to the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or the ACFR, which is those are our audited financial statements, which we will bring to you later in the spring. That is more of that is audited, that is a larger financial statement of the financial health of the district. This is more of a reporting summary. All of the data that's contained to put together this report is reconciled. It is not audited. That will be audited ultimately by our independent auditors when they issue the ACFR later next spring. So just to provide you overall the summary of the financial activity, these are the major funds that are part of the AFR. You can see the various forms in there that were attached to the agenda item, but specifically pointing out M&O, we spent 94% of our M&O budget. We will have a budget balance carry forward of just under $23.2 million. This is an increase of our overall budget balance to what we originally adopted, and I'll go through that in more detail. Capital outlay had a significant increase in its spending from year to year, going up to 91%. We're just carrying forward just under $2 million into the new fiscal year. Classroom site fund essentially came about even. Our actual expenditures came out to just over $33.7 million. So about 62% of our spending. As you can see, the rest of the funds essentially are all moving in the, kind of in the right direction. It appears that there were expenditures that had exceeded budgets, but those were allowed expenditures. So like instructional improvement says that it's 116% of budget. That one is allowed to overspend its budget simply because it has sufficient cash. That is more of a cash controlled account than it is a budget controlled account. Specifically, we use instructional improvement to pay for the other half of full day kindergarten in TUSD that is not paid by the state. So that is what we spend with instructional improvement. Obviously, there was a significant decrease in our federal grant spending, mostly because last fall was the last year of ESSER 3. So September 30th of 2024 was the last time we saw ESSER 3 hang around. Fiscal year 24 was the last full fiscal year, so obviously we had a 30% decline in the overall spending of our federal dollars. Our next significant one as of the end of June 30th is our bond program. We allocated $71 million. We spent about half of that. That is still on track to spend well north of $90 million after tonight's agenda item. We are looking at coming back to you in the spring to do an additional sale of bonds. So if you recall, right after the voters approve Prop 496 at the time, we sold bonds, or the board authorized a bond sale in April of 2024. And so April of 2026, around that time, we're looking to sell another $150 million. So we are definitely on track to spend that down as much as we can. All of the other funds are just a compilation of other pieces, and I'll talk about a few of them in this next slide. So just because they're significant enough to be pointed out. Title I, obviously we've seen a continuing decrease in the amount of Title I dollars that the district has been receiving. We've seen larger expenses come through to Title I, particularly around staffing and salary increases. So you can look at the budget balance has essentially been cut almost by half in Title I. IDEA is carrying over just over $31,000 into next fiscal year. Those two funds continue to be healthy. They continue to support what they need to, but we are certainly seeing greater restrictions in allocations. We left no money on the table with ESSER. We spent all $278 million of it over the course of the 3 years that ESSER was around. So certainly that went out. Food service, the next several sets of funds, those are cash controlled accounts, right? So we can continue to spend even though the budget has been exceeded in some instances. We obviously want to stay within budget because it allows us to track what we're actually supposed to be spending. But in the case of all of these funds, food service, for example, ended up with a positive budget balance. They are dipping a little bit more into cash than they have in the past. They had almost $3.3 million in cash in fiscal year 24. Just under $2.5 million in cash. That is just as expenses continue to increase. In their case, it's staffing. Community schools and the IALCs together support each other. They're carrying a lot less cash this year than they did in the prior fiscal year. That has a lot to do with the fact that, similar to the loss of ESSER 3, they received a lot of COVID era funding, particularly from DES. That money has slowly essentially moved out of their business model, and they've relied a lot more on their tuition, which is, there's a lot of tuition-based programs in community schools and in the ILCs, so they've used a lot more cash in order to support their business operations. Indirect costs, debt service, employee benefits trust, those continue to be pretty, significantly healthy. There's not much really there that's taking place. We're obviously making our debt payments. The employee benefits trust continues to be a healthy fund. It continues to carry sufficient cash to manage its operations and then some. And indirect costs, that one I will highlight, even though it's not a very significant one, only because it relies on our ability to collect dollars from federal programs. So as our federal program allocations continue to decline, we will not see the same level of revenue to come to indirect costs, and so we'll have to focus on what those dollars that are spent out of the indirect cost fund, mostly those are central services, HR, finance, utilities, get paid for out of indirect costs. And so we're just going to need to be mindful as we move forward because we continue to see a decline in that. We saw a significant amount of revenue come through when ESSER was around, and obviously ESSER skewed the whole thing. Unfortunately, it got us into kind of a bad habit in the amount of dollars that we had available in some of these key funds. So just to kind of show you what DSEG did, these are the various categories in desegregation in the USP. We had a significant jump in spending in DSEG. This is obviously not a surprise. Almost $2.3 million more in spending this year than we did last fiscal year. So a lot of this, again, is related to staffing. But as you can see, there were significant jumps in the student support and engagement components. Facilities and technology had a significant, actually they had jumps. So I will talk about a little bit what that did to the overall budget balance carry forward. So as I've talked about it before, the desegregation budget has a limit of $63.7 million. It cannot spend more than what is allocated by statute. So as the third bullet item on this slide mentions, the FY25 carry forward had to offset an over expenditure by the desegregation department of $4.7 million. So this was an overspend this has been the largest overspend in DSEG that we've had in ever. And even though this was an approved budget model that had been approved by the plaintiffs and by the district in the past, it is no longer sustainable. Obviously, our budget balance carry forward, we estimated $19 million when the board adopted a budget. We're now estimating over $23 million. That's a difference of $4 million. Technically, that carry forward was north of almost $9 million. But because DSEG overspent its budget, non-DSEG M&O had to eat that. And so we had to cut into the carry forward by half. Once ADE confirms these figures, we will come back to you to do a December budget revision in order to incorporate the changes in the budget balance carry forward. Also, just as a note, the remaining budget balance carry forward that's coming through is already allocated out to unfinished projects. So there are projects that our facilities and engineering departments are continuing to work on. They are budgeted, they are allocated, but they are rolling in from one fiscal year to another. So that balance, that carry forward is already called for. It is not available for other uses. It's already been allocated to ongoing spend. Now, like I mentioned previously, one of the biggest things that we will get out of the annual financial report, the Auditor General will issue a classroom spending. We've done a preliminary classroom spending, and I can tell you that we will see an increase in the amount of instructional spending that has been allocated to classroom spending specifically. If you recall, last fiscal year, we dipped below 50% for the first time in, I want to say, 7 or 8 years. We will bounce back to well over half of our spending will be dedicated directly into instruction. We will also increase the amount of spending that we have overall in the classroom. So that is 51% in instruction, 12% in student support, 9% in instructional support. 1/3 of our overall spending continues to be in those 4 slices to the right: administration, plant operations, food service, and transportation. The most significant jumps really came from the fact that we had an increase in student support services. Those are the services that go to things like counselors, special ed services, librarians. Staffing is really what we're spending on. So we had an increase of 9.3%, almost $5 million in new spending in student support. We saw a significant increase in plant operation dollars. A lot of that had to do with the fact that we moved a lot of expenditures to the bond for the first time. This was the first fiscal year of the bond program. And so some of those dollars that we were going to spend out of capital are now being taken up by the bond. And those are just bond eligible. It's not traditional, repairs and replace. Transportation had a significant decrease in their spending as well. Most of that had to do with supplies. It includes fuel. Purchase services, they've done a lot less outsourcing in the services for transportation for students by third-party providers. And this was deliberate because our goal was to increase ridership on our own yellow buses versus outsourcing to third-party providers. And food service saw a very significant decrease in the cost and spend of supplies, mostly around commodities. As we kind of started coming out of the pandemic, there was a spike on everything that food service was buying. It's still really high, but it is not as high as it's been in the last couple of years. So their spend around commodities specifically has declined. Therefore, our overall instructional spend continues to increase. Our overall classroom spend continues to increase. So we're going from an overall spend of 68.7 to 71.6. What does that mean? We spent $7 million more supporting students and teachers than we did in fiscal year 24. That's really what that means. Even with the expiration of all COVID era funding, which for a lot of school districts, that is that is unfortunately kind of the asterisk in the financial history of school district is going to be COVID related funding, because it showed that we peaked in a lot of areas that normally would have not been peaked had it not been for things like ESSER being around. Along the same vein, now that we've closed up on fiscal year 25, I wanted to make sure that I provided you and the community with an update as to our financial status and what we're projecting. So these are updated financial factors. You've seen these. I showed similar factors to you all previously. So our enrollment count as of the 40th day has a loss of just over 1,000 students. So in fiscal year 25, we had 40,500. We're just under 39,459 or 39,500 students. That's a loss of over 1,000 or 2.6% at the 40th day. At the 100th day, this is really the figure that counts. Our average daily membership shows a projected loss of 2.9% at this point. If you recall, the budget that we proposed and that we built only projected a loss of 1.5. So unfortunately, our loss in ADM at this point is double what we originally projected. We will be increasing our budget, our M&O budget revision by $806,000, mostly because we're seeing a higher than normal loss of enrollment. Whereas we built a 1.5% decline, the fact that we're approaching 3% just means that we're getting fewer dollars when it comes to the December budget revision, and therefore the impact of that $4 million in carry forward is really not going to be felt, simply because we're already going to be losing dollars from the fact that ADM is down. From a revenue projection, this is what it looks like. It is essentially steady Eddie. It's a 2% base support level for the next couple of years through fiscal year 28, 1% in 29 and 30. We projected a loss of 1.5% in the daily membership starting in fiscal year 27, but for fiscal year 26, we're now using 2.8%, so we've essentially decreased that more than we normally had. And obviously the termination of one-time funds, Prop 123, and the one-time funds in free and reduced price lunch. I have a really big fear now for those two because the Finance Advisory Committee at the state level just had their update for this fiscal year. They're projecting an ending balance for the state that just hovers at under $70 million for the entire state for the end of the fiscal year. So the fact that these one-time dollars were part of one-time dollars that they had are one-time dollars that they will no longer have may put in danger Prop 123 and these state aid funds that are not tied to any formula. These are essentially just kind of, you know, ways to just kind of get us across the bridge while we're going kind of through a difficult inflationary time. So you continue to see that the revenue projections will remain flat. We're not even breaking $360 million anymore. So overall, what does that do to our projection? By the end of fiscal year 30, this doesn't include any changes to any compensation. I want to be, because compensation is 90% of what we do, of what are the outlays. We will see an ending of $60 million deficit, a $60 million deficit. Fiscal year 27, as projected, currently has a projected ending balance of a deficit of $5.8 million. We continue to have a structural deficit that hovers north of 20 million. This is something that has been going on for several years. We continue to essentially overspend the revenue and rely greater and greater on capital and greater on carry forward. So we continue to use and be dependent on one-time funding to support ongoing expenses, which is obviously not a good business model. So from an outlook perspective, obviously, like I mentioned, we're going to see a further decline in the ADM. That transfers to another reduction of 3.3 million. So even though we're seeing an increase in the carry forward, losing 3.3 million because of a loss of ADM. Now, this is not necessarily a good company to keep, but you know, when you look at the other 8 large area school districts, they're seeing a significant loss in enrollment as well. They're approaching 2%. Amphi's loss is north of 5. Even the 2 districts that continue to be on growth patterns, Vail and Tanque Verde, are just barely hitting 1. So growth is starting to flatten in some of those areas, and other school districts that normally would see larger growth are not seeing that growth either. So we're essentially within kind of that same pattern that our neighbors around us are seeing as well. The $10 million transfer from capital to M&O, unfortunately, is not sustainable after FY26. We have seen an increased demand on non-bond related repairs and maintenance. There are just components of the work that we need to do in addition to being able to focus on instructional capital. We've suspended one adoption for this year in order to balance our capital budget, but we can't kick that can. Curriculum needs to kind of continue on their 5-year plan for adoptions, but at the same time, facilities and operations needs to focus on the repairs and maintenance of our infrastructure that are beyond the scope of bond. The structural deficit will come to a head next school year. Fiscal year 27 will be the first year that if there is not a focus now on fiscal year 27, we will see the decline at that point. Essentially, time has now essentially run out. Now, the override, as positive as it is, it provides us a longer runway, but as I've said it before, it does not solve the deficit for the district. The override and the positive behind the override and the deficit the district is encountering are completely separate issues. What the override does, it just provides the board and the administration a little bit more time to focus on how we're going to focus on the deficit in a more deliberate, methodical manner, right? But either way, we need to focus on that deficit because the spend and the revenue is the spend and the revenue, and you've seen it. So, on that happy note, any questions?
Governing board members, do you have any questions? Mr. Romero?
All right, so a couple things, Ricky.
Yes.
We're talking about DSEG, the overspend, and you said the majority of that is personnel. Did I hear that correctly?
The majority of DSEC spending is staff, yes.
Okay, but as far as our overspend, where's our overspend? Because I think we had overspend on that
Yeah, the
one.
overspend is staff, and that's because there's not enough room to do raises. So when we budget, even though we may budget things there's just not enough room in order to allocate raises. Teachers, for example, when the board approves increases to the classroom, the supplemental base pay for teachers, Classroom Site Fund has historically not paid those for DSEG funded teachers. DSEG pays those for DSEG funded teachers. And the majority of the staff that's living in DSEG are teachers, right? Language acquisition, Magnet, and ALE are the three biggest kind of contributors to teaching staff. And as those increases, those are costs that are beyond the scope of what that budget is.
So I'll just add to that, Board Member Romero, that just think of it as every time the teachers get the supplemental base pay out of 301, which is around $9,500, that's charged to DSEG. And then every year that the board does just general raises, like we did with the bus drivers or like we've done with other staff, it just piles up. You're just working with the same $63 million. We're not allowed to levy more to cover those increases. So then after several years, that combines to create the overspend. What we saw last spring, we introduced an inclusive process for departments to put together budgets. We set targets. And, we know that our departments are passionate and they really just didn't want to cut anything. So that resulted in the overspend having to be eaten by your general maintenance and operations budget. So we know that process, when we approach it again in the spring, we do have to see some real cuts. Otherwise, the DSEG overage is going to further exacerbate your maintenance and operations budget deficit and hamper our ability to do compensation and some of the other big expenses.
Yeah, I think that was kind of where I was going with that we, again, you've been very diplomatic about it, that our departments are being very, passionate about these things. The reality is, like you said, Ricky, we can't sustain this on an ongoing type of a basis. We up here as a board need to make some really tough decisions. First of all, I think on that DSEG, and if we're going to be bringing this up again coming this spring, again, the way I think we approached it, maybe it was, like I said, I remember groups coming on up asking for more money. That was not the assignment, and I'm not sure for an education here, and we give out an assignment and they don't do the assignment, you get an F. So I think we need to put the reality glasses on, especially in that for our DSEG, so that we're not overspending. But like you had mentioned, we have a lot of these places where, I think on here you had mentioned $7.1 million that we're doing for overall classroom spending improved from 68.7, and then not necessarily that's from DSEG, but again, it shows that we're wanting to put money towards our classroom spending, because that's our priority, is the education aspect of it, and that's where we should be putting that money. And if we need to, like I said, I think we just got to figure out how to do DSEG, and I understand what Dr. Trujillo is saying, we have to keep building these things on up, but what other cuts, or how are we going to have to, slim down this goose, and maybe we don't have as much goose and stuffing at Thanksgiving time, we just need to have more of a slender goose when that happens. Now, real quick, I touched on the classroom spending improvement, $7.1 million. Do you have specific areas where that was being utilized in some of our schools?
I don't have specific examples of where those are mostly increases in the student support sector. And that has a lot to do with the increases in investments, or especially around special ed. There was a significant package of dollars that were added to the compensation of special ed teachers, right? We provided $10,000 to some of those teachers. That was a significant improvement in the instructional side. Our certified, related service providers are part of that. So it's really both instruction and some student support. I can get you some examples of specific, activities that happened at schools, but generally it was instruction and student support that really kind of pushed that over the edge for us.
Yeah, and then if you have that opportunity, even if it's just to our board members, so we can actually kind of, firsthand know at our school sites where that's going. I know that for me, that would be a great tool, at least to talk about when I do visit schools as well. And I think one of the things that you mentioned that we have to realize that this election for the override, this is only giving us a longer runway. That's all it is doing. If we don't, as a board, do our job to get this budget under control, as you mentioned, in 2027, we're upside down. And so the severity of where we are right now, by not doing anything, and again, like I said, if we do get this longer runway, we can't just say, whew, we got past that when now we have a year or two to do. Again, like I said, I think we need to make this more of a, I hate being reactionary to this. We've had time before, and unfortunately we are where we are right now, and we have to do something with this budget. I know when you come in, you make doom and gloom seem as sunshine as much as possible, but the reality is these are things that we need to listen to and be accountable for too as a board, because I know Dr. Trujillo, that's not what he wants his reputation to be, the year of 2027 when we went under. I don't think any of the board members up here want that either. So I appreciate you bringing this reality to us, to the public. And again, I want to make sure that everybody knows that we need to hold this board accountable for getting this budget under control and stop overspending in certain areas. And especially, again, like I said, when we do our focus on our classes and our students and their education and their proficiency. So I appreciate you answering my questions.
Yeah. I will give, some credit to that. Even we've come in right now, the deficit in DSEG is half of what that number is. So there was some work that was done. There's still a lot more work to be done, right? Because even if we were to cut the remaining deficit today, the expenses in the future are, we still have to, people are still going to be expecting either increases in compensation. We're still going to be seeing increases in the cost of benefits, right? In the cost of just managing staff. And so there has to be sufficient cushion in order to manage that. So I will give credit to the departments who have done the work to actually contribute towards that deficit, because it is smaller, it's still there, and we're still working on it. But we know the passion behind the departments and the work that they're doing, and we want to make sure that the instructional, the curriculum side of the house, Dr. Trujillo, the assessment evaluation, they're focusing on the data. We're the money, but we don't want to start talking about what they should or shouldn't be doing. But there should be a focus on that work internally by the departments. But we're getting there.
Right, and then also, just one thing I also forgot to mention, you had mentioned our enrollment. We're going down, and I don't know if you recall, any year we've gone up in our our enrollment from year to year to year. When I look back at what the records I could find for 20 plus years, I didn't see us increase in enrollment.
Right before COVID, right before the pandemic broke, we were right on track to actually see an increase. And then this virus just decimated everybody's enrollment. I mean, those kids just left.
Do we know why it was going to be on that uptick? Do we have a sense of that?
Yeah, in the early part of our administration, that was a big victory for us, that we had done two things in the first 4 years of the administration. We had eliminated a deficit at that time that was about 10 million, and we did that entirely administratively. People say that the administrative org chart now is bloated. You should have seen it in 16. We cut it in half. We cut all kinds of administrative areas. We reconfigured. And then we stabilized enrollment. And we did that largely with getting into the schools and really emphasizing the importance of enrollment. We did that with some of the early success with some of the alternative programs that we had going on at the time. We had a lot more focus on retention and getting out there and doing the level up and the middle school expos and selling the high school expos. We had really focused outreach on kids leaving the district. And we actually broke even on enrollment in 18-19, and we're at a little bit of an increase for 19-20. Pandemic just wiped us out. And the most difficult thing about the pandemic was that it's basically 40,000 of our customers found out that there were just different options because everybody was closed, and that's where the micro schools and the charters and the vouchers and everything started coming in. And we have just been stutter stepping ever since, just like every other school district around us. This year it's AMPI. AMPI, we're at 2.6%. They're just over 5% of their entire enrollment gone just year over year, and they're going into closing schools. And our surrounding Sunnyside, I know, is just over 2% as well. So it's very much looking at different strategies to sort of reinvent ourselves and recreate, redesign, reconfigure our district so that we can be in a position to reverse the trend of enrollment. I say this to groups a lot. We're not a landlocked district. We don't have to be. We've got a lot of growth out in the southwest sector. It's just putting ourselves in a position to really invest in some buildings and some opportunities out there. We're dealing with demographics that just aren't going to change. When you go east of Swan, it's almost 50% of homeowners east of Swan are 55 or older. Mm-hmm. That's just bad for the K-12 business. We just don't. The people in Pima County in general, the demographics confirm they're waiting later to have kids or they're not having kids. That's also bad for the K-12 business. And then you have a lot of flight coming from the east side due to cost of living. So any K-12 aged families that are in the vicinity are now kind of looking at like a Marana or Sahuarita or going up to 19 to Rio Rico, just chasing a cheaper cost of living. So it's a smaller pool of K-12 eligible families, particularly on the east side, and then there's a dramatic increase of your competition. Charters, privates, micro schools, and then of course the ESAs have had a devastating effect on all the districts.
And then kind of what I'm hearing, you say from what our successes were when we were starting to get up there, and then, when it got capped on that one, it sounds like we need to reevaluate what's working, what's not working as far as for our schools, because there is a lot more competition that we have out there. You had mentioned, like you said, we're not landlocked. We have other spaces in a lot of communities that are growing, bigger than our east side does. And I have gone to a lot of our east side schools where they, have a much lower enrollment. So in what Ricky's talking about are the finances, but if our enrollment increased 2%, we have to look at this both ways: cut our budget and increase our enrollment, because I think having both the best worlds, because I think right now if we're just happy losing 1%, now it's 2.9, 3%, that's a terrible thing to be happy about. We should be looking on how to increase that enrollment, and then that at that same point, with the budget cuts, we can come to a strong, happy medium. And I agree. I think if we do figure out a way to do a different approach, be more competitive, especially if we're going out to a larger area of town where it's not served. And I know a lot of these, I don't think there's very many charters or other schools like that out in that underserved area. So I do really think that it should be something we should have a strong discussion on sooner than later.
Dr. Trujillo?
And some that'll come up a little bit later on in the agenda when we talk about goals for 25, 26. I think the biggest area of growth for us is absenteeism and truancy interruption and prevention, because that's people, when you think about enrollment, we think about, oh, it's kids leaving the district or they're moving out. Not necessarily. There's large portions of students that aren't coming to school, and just as an educator, that's not acceptable. You want to get them in school, but then from a financial perspective, these are large amounts of students that they remain enrolled in the district, but they're not here enough for us to draw down revenue for them. So there's real opportunity to get assertive and aggressive with attendance and interrupting that absenteeism. So that's a great way to start increasing your enrollment. And then I also think the district needs to kind of embrace areas where we're strong and maybe kind of lean into them. We've had some conversations about, hey, listen, we are a premier destination for ex-ed, especially for alternative placement for students with comprehensive areas of disabilities. Why not lean into that and become sort of a regional hub and start generating some revenue that way for some of the other districts that don't have the resources that we have with ex-ed? And I really think we have to lean into alternative ed programming. We do have a good, decent portfolio, but we have to have a really active alternative schedule/setting opportunity on every single high school campus, so that when those kids are credit deficient, they're sliding up into an alternative session on that campus before they have an opportunity to leave. So there's some opportunities. It's not just totally and solely about obviously having a discussion about consolidations or closures. There's other strategies that I think we're in a position to be more assertive and aggressive on.
Thank you.
I just need to make a clarifying point. I just want to make sure that we realize that desegregation budget is classroom spending.
Yes, it is.
It's mostly in the classroom.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Governing board members, questions? Ms. Shaw?
Thank you for your presentation. And thanks, Mr. Romero and Ms. Ekstrom, for your points that you've made. You know, I don't like to see at the end of the presentation like a hyper focus on DSEG and scapegoating DSEG for the upcoming deficit, the $4 million that we had to save from carry forward. It was you who advised the board to use the DSEG fund for those RTI teachers. That was about $4 million that the board voted on. Was it last year? I'm not sure. And I feel bad about it because I was like really politicking for those RTI teachers. But then when I heard it was coming out of DSEG, I pulled back and I voted no on that item because I knew it would lead to a deficit in the future. And so, although it is our job as the board to be fiscally responsible, I think you as a CFO have a greater job to help us be fiscally responsible and advise us in a way that's not going to put us in a $60 million deficit in fiscal year 30. So yeah, just want to make that point, and I do hope we can increase our enrollment and increase our average daily memberships so that we do not have to go down the route that AMFI is in right now.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you. Oh,
I need a vote.
Yes. Do I
Nice
hear a
try.
motion to approve?
I'll make a motion for Natalie.
I'll move to, I move to approve the item.
Second.
The motion has been made by Ms. Luna Rose and seconded by by Mr. Romero. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Thank
you.
you. Next is item 6.4, the approval to procure goods and services for quarter 2 through quarter 4 fiscal year 25-26 bond project priorities. Dr. Trio.
Yes, governing board members, I'd like to welcome Dr. Charlotte Carter. Recently, our budget oversight, or our bond oversight committee, did approve the slate, some projects for quarter 2 and quarter 4, and now we're seeking governing board approval. Dr. Carter?
Yes. Good evening, Board President and Governing Board members, I am here again to get approval for more goods and services for quarter 2 through quarter 4 of FY 25-26 bond projects. And if we can start with the general, so we're doing repairs and upgrades, thank you, for the existing facilities. So under that particular category, we have HVAC kitchen retrofits for evaporative cooling to air conditioning. And if you recall, we did some of that this summer. So we wanted to go ahead and get approved the next 5 schools, which is listed, Hollinger, Lawrence, Mission View, Safford, Vesey, and there is a possibility, as it was even this summer, to have some optional funding with the Arizona School Finance Division. For that particular set of schools, that's approximately $2.75 million. And then we have 15 schools that we want to get new package units. So in total, it's about 496 package units for $26,913,376. And in addition, we do have a very exciting project that we're wanting to do, Tucson High Magnet School, to have some improvements to the classroom. And I've listed here on the, if you go a little bit further on that document, we want to do renovations to create 12 new classrooms for instructional spaces, and this is going to be at the vocational building, the east and west wings. They've been closed since 1999 due to multiple issues, and so we want to reopen that and have new classrooms. This particular project also has possible Arizona State Facilities Department funding, but if that doesn't happen, we do want to use bond funds to cover that. So the total amount for the vocational building renovations is $4.9 million. If we go to the next document, it outlines specifically the schools. If you can go to the next document. It lists the 15 schools for the package units. It was the document you just had up. So, and it also, if you notice, tells you the number of package units. And one of the things I really want to point out, we use the IGA to help us to be able to determine what needed to be replaced. And so that's part of on the repairs and upgrades, where we talk about all the things that Veritech, what they did as far as the solution and the audit to make sure that we were getting the correct things replaced, making sure that we had partnerships, making sure that we had utilization of the local engineering support and local contractors. And so there now is the details of the various package units and what would be replaced at the 15 different schools. The total amount for the 496 package units is $26,913,376. So what we are wanting to do is to have a motion to grant authority to the purchasing director in conjunction with the bond program manager, myself, to procure these goods and services using towards TUSD and the cooperative contracts for the next wave of bond projects, not to exceed the 20% contingency, where single purchase may exceed $250,000, or for a cumulative purchase with cooperative contract vendors in the excess of $250,000. Are there any questions?
Dr. Shaw?
Thank you, Dr. Carter, for being here and all the work you and the Bond Oversight Committee is doing to help bring these packages to us. I have two questions. One, just like I'm making sure I understand. What's a package unit on the HVAC? What is that referring to, and what does that mean?
Yeah, it's the rooftop to actual on the building, so it's the replacing the whole full system.
What does that number mean? Like 11 package unit, 30 package unit, what does that mean?
So that's the number of units that we're going to be replacing. So they have units there, and so now we're replacing them. And in some cases, not all of the package units are being replaced. Some of them are being repaired. But for the most part, we're just like we did this past summer where we redid all of the package units. We're redoing that for most of the schools.
So what's the package unit? That's like an actual machine or one?
Right. If you want a more engineering type definition, I'll bring up Damon.
I think it would be good for the board, even me, because I even so we have package units and we have ECMS panels. And then you have towers and you have chillers.
Correct.
So why don't we just give a 30,000-foot overview of, what's the package unit, and then when we do ECMS, which I learned, those things can malfunction, what are the control panels, and then when we go into chillers and towers, what that means. Because I think when we see package unit, I know I in the beginning thought, oh, that's the entire HVAC system for the entire school and the ductwork and the chiller. It's not. It's a specific component. So I think that'd be good if you just give that general overview.
Like a
Sure.
3-minute overview.
Very brief. Please be
I
brief.
don't need to be an expert in this, I just want to know what I'm approving.
Sure. So package unit is, as Dr. Carter mentioned, a rooftop unit. They come in various sizes, 3-ton, 4-ton, 5-ton, 10-ton, 20-ton. Those are exactly what they're called. They're a package unit that provides heating and cooling to that particular area. We go into the next EMCS controls. The controls are the electronic component that allows our HVAC staff to monitor the controls in each of the rooms and see the temperatures as they're fluctuating throughout the day. We get into cooling towers. The cooling towers and really chillers are ones that you're going to see in a larger setting in your high schools because of the large space. It's a lot more energy efficient to run your what's called the central plant where everything is located, your cooling tower and your chillers. That's basically a lot more efficient to run and heat and cool your systems. With the chiller and tower, you also have air handlers, and the air handlers act as pretty much like a duct, if you will. They're mechanically inclined to, so they open up to allow air. Once a temperature reaches a certain setting, it'll drop. And again, you're going to find air handlers more consistently in your larger facilities.
So like one package unit, like all these package units are working together to cool a whole building, or like one package unit going to these two classrooms, this package unit going to those two classrooms?
The way they're shown right now, majority of the package units are shown in each individual classroom because a maximum of 4 to 5 tons cools down a certain area. So as you increase in the tonnage, you increase in the space that you can heat and cool. So say for instance, in a larger area, and I'll use like your MPRs, you're not going to be able to put a small 5-ton package unit there. You're going to probably need a 15 or a 20-ton because it's a lot bigger. The size is a lot larger to heat and cool.
So they're all working individually?
That's correct.
Okay, and then what are we doing like in terms of purchasing and looking at different options as you're pricing this out? Remind us of what LEED certified they are in terms of complying with our sustainability policy.
Great question. Yes. So a part of the IGA is for us to take a look at and partner with Veritech when they did the actual designs on each of these sites that were located. We took a look at multiple things. First and foremost, taking a look at the energy component and the energy efficiency and where we can maximize those savings and through rebates with TEP and savings. So we wanted to really increase this, and I'm getting too technical, SEER rating, meaning the efficiency on how the unit heats and cools. But you can only go so high because the higher your SEER, the larger the motor and the more weight you have on the roof. So it's a balancing component when you design with our mechanical engineer to really identify those sites that can really obtain a really high 16, 17 SEER with the existing roof structure as it exists.
Well, thank you for all that technical information.
Sure.
My last question is about the magnets to Tucson High Master School's classrooms. Do you know what those 12 classrooms are used for? Are there any innovative like programs or things we're bringing to Tucson High with the addition of those 12 classrooms?
So initially, John Lanza was looking at identifying those classrooms as their freshmen for their base and core classes, math, English, and science, and have like a freshman academy in that location. Because right now, the freshmen are really dispersed throughout the main, the vocational, and the technical building, and they wanted to provide a smaller area for those core subjects.
And the teachers are moving around. They don't have an actual classroom.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. Carter? Mr. Romero?
Dr. Carter, I was expecting pom-poms. It's okay. I'm just giving you a hard time. Real quick again, we're talking about like these HVAC projects and the vocational building renovations, and we're talking about possible funding from Arizona School Finance Division. I know they work at their own speed as far as that goes. Is this something where we foot the bill up front, and because we've already submitted with them, to get some of this money, they would give us some money back for those projects, or how does that work out?
Great question. So as a part of the overall presentation for Tucson High, we were proactive. We actually met with the State Facilities Division about a month ago, and they brought their design team down to walk Tucson High with us to take a full assessment of the building infrastructure at its existing state and what the requirements were needed. We're only requesting assistance on the HVAC component and electrical components of that piece. So we've forwarded them a copy of the design plans, and they are basically now with their design team cooperating the information from the site walk about a month ago with our design plans to come up with a concept to potentially fund the HVAC and electrical component of the renovation at Tucson High's Voc building.
Okay, all right. And then as far as, I guess since we're talking about the Tucson High, where on campus are these classrooms looking to be done?
So these classrooms are located in the vocational building, which is on the southeast corner, and they are on the second and third floor of the east wing.
So are those the ones that are totally empty, that are kind of all falling apart? They throw in empty desks and all that area?
That is correct.
That's a mess.
They're currently closed off on the main corridor, just about one classroom apart, because we were only able to provide air-conditioned space in that middle classroom. So beyond on the exterior corridors, they're closed off, and they've been cleaned up as part of the State Facilities Department, because they wanted to, when they came for the assessment, they said, we want to make sure that you're not using it as storage space, and we took that to heart. So our Facilities Department really got rid of a lot of the components there. So it was a clean space for them to take a look at, and we spent about 2 hours there.
Okay, because I think also in that area, you have to upgrade windows also in that area, because those are those old single pane windows in that area, floor, asbestos removal, all that stuff for those buildings.
That is correct. Asbestos is a part of the mitigation. Windows and insulation are all part of the construction.
Okay, so I understand this kind of coming on through. I just want to just talk maybe about something else at Tucson High that, was maybe just maybe to me that I thought maybe should be something we should also look at. From what I understand, at Tucson High, they don't have individual phones in all the different individual rooms. So if, say, a student needs to leave class, it's a radio to this security person, to this person to walk to this class, because it's a very inefficient system as far as doing that. Do we have anything in the works on, maybe in our bond, that this is going to be fixed at Tucson High?
Yeah, great question. Recently, I believe it was 4 weeks ago, the Arizona State Facilities Department approved a brand-new intercom for Tucson High. So we're working with the contractor now to get a construction schedule to get that project moving forward.
So this is something that's not, we're not going to be waiting a long extended period. This could be something that could be actionable the next year or two.
We plan on starting construction fairly immediate, probably within the next month.
Okay. And then as far as the HVAC units, I know these are the next 15. How are these 15 chosen? And then part 2 and part 3, after these 15, how many are done? Last question on the HVACs, how many do we have left to go in our schools?
So, okay, on the, we're doing the next, this is the next 15. We have on slate another set of 15. So you remember we're doing the Veritech, the IGA? So we're working with them, going through the schools, doing the assessment. And so we have, if you go and look at the HVAC schedule, I did update that with our plans to work with Veritech to get the next set. And then after that, there's some ones with the controls that we talked about that we still need to go back and look at, and also air handlers as well. So we kind of have a general list. We did remember at the beginning the 14. Then we did about 17, around 15 and 17 controls. That's what we just finished with quarter 2 through quarter 4. Now we got the next 15, and then 15 after that, and then we'll see where we are, because that's going to end up being most of our schools. So what we want to do is really leverage Veritech, because they're analyzing going to each school, and so we can make sure we have very accurate records and then know what's the priority, because that's what the $1 million question, right? Everybody wants to know where we at with our schools. So working very closely with them, which works towards what we talked about the last time. You asked for a 2 to 3 year schedule. I need the data, and so we're working, and Ricky's working with Ricky to, keep Veritech ahead, so we have the data and start planning it out.
So yeah, that's extremely encouraging that they're already working then on all our schools that they can give you the assessment. Now, as far as criteria on which schools are the next one in line, is that Veritech's choice? Is that our choice? Or is, based on their data, what they would recommend? Or are we getting input also for, like, say a school needs a lot of these things, but their units are running much better than, say, this other one that are always failing? I guess I'm just looking for, are there other scenarios that maybe the data doesn't show because of real-time things that are happening?
I think it's a combination. I mean, of course, we're going to take, and you can chime in, but, it's a combination, and it's where we are right at that point and moment, because as you know, a lot of these units are 20 years or older. So the circumstance and situation as it is today may be a little different when we go 3 months from now. So we're looking at work orders, we're looking at the capital plan, we're looking at their data. So it's a combination of those. And that's why on the schedule that is listed on the website, the bond website, it has that this may vary depending on board approval and the different situations. So it's a constantly going back and doing, verifying the check and working with our staff and giving the most updated. We feel like this 15 that we have now is definitely the right decision for right now. We got the next, what I'm proposing is to get the payment so we get the next set of 30. So then at that point, we'll have, like 60 schools looked at. So that way we can really kind of plan out, because as we know, HVAC is one of the top criteria, as well as safety. And then the other one is improvements to the classroom, which that's why we have Tucson High for here.
And then, so like the next 15 that we envision, what's the time frame for those? We approve this tonight, when's our next 15 gonna, when are you gonna come back with your pom-poms for the next 15?
Early January.
Early January.
Right. So we're trying to get these done as soon as possible, like to know where we are, to know the cost, to be able to plan that schedule accurately like we talked about.
Well, I think, I speak from all the board members, that'll be 30 schools we don't have to worry about next summer that we're getting emails from parents and teachers and things of that nature. So that's kind of where I was going. It's like, is it going to be before next summer? So thank you very much, Dr. Carter. Appreciate it.
Any other questions for Dr. Carter? Ms. Shaw? And Ms. Luna Rose after.
Thank you for the presentation. We heard today in the superintendent's report that there are, of course, other issues with the track at Catalina and so on and so forth. I know that this is approved by the bond committee, but there are other pressing needs, and I really wonder, do they even have a track team this year at Catalina due to this issue? Oh my God. So it's always nice to see a package of different things when you come to our meeting. I see mostly HVAC and other things, but I don't know. I guess I just need to keep an eye on everything that's going on and hope I can get it to the bond committee before you come to us. But a lot of my questions have already been answered. Dr. Shaw's package units, that was a question I had. And then also the classrooms at Tucson High. But yeah, with that, I'll move the item.
I'll second.
An item has been moved and seconded. Ms. Luna Rose, did you have a question?
Just one quick, hi, Dr. Carter.
Hi.
Just one quick question. So, maximizing the TEP rebate program through Franklin Energy, when we get that rebate back, where does that rebate come
Ricky.
to? Oh.
It goes to
that
Reagan.
It goes to.
Okay, well,
I'm just curious, what
Yeah.
kind of, what savings does it, is it go through the same as the solar panel, the rebates that we get from the solar panels? I'm just sort of curious. I didn't see that until right now, so sorry for the very late question.
yeah, he. I don't know if he left, but he recently was just talking about how he's right now. I believe he said he was holding those funds. What is the auxiliary fund? Is where those funds are happening. So they're not going back to the bond, we can't have more than 480
Sorry,
million.
Ricky.
A minute to answer the question,
I said the
please.
auxiliary funds.
Yeah, so those dollars come in literally as checks, as rebates off of the savings. We're stocking those away in an auxiliary operations account. As those get collected, those dollars can be used essentially for any maintenance and operations or capital expense. So ultimately, as we see that grow, we'll figure out as a team where we want to allocate those dollars, probably within the same vein of how they got here.
Okay,
Okay?
Thank you.
that's all I had.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Carter. Next is item 6.5, evaluation of the superintendent goals for school year 24-25 and consideration of award of performance pay. Mr. Aronoff.
Thank you. Good evening. As you know, board members, the superintendent has a contract that includes a clause that requires performance-based pay, award of compensation for performance-based goals. That clause is actually required by statute. It's up to $5,000 per year in the superintendent's contract, and it's tied to goals that are adopted by the governing board. The board adopted goals for 2024-25. It adopted 4 goals, and each goal has equal weight towards that overall performance based total. So in other words, each goal gets 25% possible of the $5,000 total that would be available. In preparing this particular item, what we've done is taken the board's numerical evaluations of each of the aspects of the goals that were set. We've taken the averages of those, the board's scores. We've taken the average numbers. We've then used those numbers to calculate basically a percentage of each goal attained. And we've laid that out in one of the documents that's attached to the BAI, so you can see what the average scores are. You can see what the percentage is for each of the 4 goals, and then for each goal, you can see what that percentage equates to of the what would have been $12.50 available per goal. If the board adopts that evaluation tonight and those percentages as the method of calculating the total, then the total performance pay amount for 2024-25 would be $2,983.33.
Governing board members, are there any discussion points or statements that need to be made?
I'll move the item.
I'll second. The item has been moved by Dr. Shaw and seconded by myself. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Next is item 7.1, the purchase and sale agreement with Peach Properties for the sale of Morrow Education Center properties south of 10th Street. Dr. Trujillo?
Strong board members, I'd like to welcome Bryant Modine. He's our administrative point person for the leasing and purchase, sale of buildings and properties. We were working for quite some time to put together an offer for what remains of the 1010 property, and tonight's governing board consideration, if approved, would complete the sale of the 1010 property in its entirety, both north and south. So with that, Mr. Modine.
President Ekstrom, members of the board, Dr. Trujillo, council. This is for the sale of, as you know, the 1.7 acres to the south of 10th Street, north of the Hughes Alley. So that's a site that includes the 1010 Morrow building plus the finance building. And it's both of those with the parking lot in between. It's about 1.7 acres, as I said, and the buildings are 60 to 80 years old, and that's really the impetus for selling those properties, to find a better location, suitable location to house staff. So the sale price is for $3 million to $3.3 million. It would go to 3.3 if the cell tower is located on those sites. There's one on the property to the north. It needs to be relocated. It is probably unlikely that it'll be relocated to this property, so we're looking at probably a sale of about $3 million. That includes a $100,000 escrow that is non-refundable after about 6 months. That gives the buyer time to make submittals to the city, have public meetings and so on, and get a feeling for how well the property will be received and whether it'll be approved or not. So far, half of the property will be meeting the Sunshine Mile Overlay District, so it's doubtful there'll be an issue there. The other half is being rezoned to a storage facility, which actually is a pretty innocuous use, and would be a good support for the community and for the housing that's going to the north. The second part of that is it's about a 1 year and 2 months to closing. That's actually pretty quick for a site with all of these elements in it, the historic building and the rezoning and so on. But the buyer feels confident that they can meet that. And then it includes a 2% brokerage fee to the buyer.
Governing board members, any questions? I'll move the item.
I'll second.
The item has been moved by myself and seconded by Ms. Luna Rose. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 4-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is item 7.2, the adoption of superintendent goals for school year 25-26. Dr. Trujillo.
Governing board members, you'll see two drafts available for public review. The first one is the most recently adopted set of superintendent's goals. The second, you'll see my feedback and my suggestions noted in red. So if I can ask Jean to go ahead and pull that up on the screen. My first suggested revision/focus area is going to be in the category of enrollment and attendance. So absolutely, I fully support an expectation that we are going after increasing or minimizing or not losing any students. I think that that's an important goal and that needs to be there. So I don't have any recommendations for A, but B. I think B is where we're going to get our biggest impact, is to have a district-wide pivot to every school, every day, hyper-focused on interrupting absenteeism and truancy and putting together the systems and teams necessary to do that. But we also have to be realistic in terms of setting realistic goals. You know, there's no other way to say this, but our daily attendance rates are really, really bad for high school. And so we have to attack those in a different way than we do for elementary. Elementary, way different. Elementary school attendance rates are a lot healthier. They're in the upper 80s, early 90s, which are great. You start getting into 7th, 8th, all the way up through 12th grade, we've got some work to do. So what I'm recommending is that the revision here be maintain a minimum of 90% attendance for grades K-8, and then demonstrate a 5% increase year over year for all of the high school grade levels. That to me would set, I think, a reasonable goal, especially with some of our attendance rates for those grades. It might be in the mid 70s. It's not going to be a very realistic goal to say 95% for like 9th grade students. So I think attacking it and going 5%, I think is where I'd like to see this go. For goal number 2, I don't really have any recommendations here. I think that this is a fair and balanced goal. The only thing I added was B. Last year, we did not have a mechanism to measure early childhood education or our early elementary grade levels K2. We had no mechanism to measure their growth in math. Now we do with iReady. So we're going to be using iReady, which will now measure that growth for K2 in math. Obviously, for literacy, we use DIBELS. So we've always had DIBELS, so there's no problem there. But we'll be looking at iReady a year from now. That will be the mechanism for collecting that data. And then if we scroll up all the way down, Jean, the other, all the way down, I think it's the goal around teacher retention. Yes. So my changes here is to really move the goal from 40th day to 100th day. The 100th day gives us a better, more accurate, and a more precise representation of what the staffing needs are. Because we go in and we do equalization in the late summer, and then we do it again in the early fall. And for those of you watching in the public, equalization is just a thorough analysis of our class sizes, and then making sure that if we have class sizes that are low, we're taking the appropriate steps to minimize staffing. And so we do that a couple of times before the 100th, which then gives us a good read on the amount of staffing that's needed in every one of our schools. So my recommendations for A, B, or for A and B is just to go and measure things against the 100th day. When I look at B, the recommendation here, yes, is 100th day, and then just to lower the overall percentage to 5%, just given the difficulty and availability of the HQ and certified middle school educators around Pima County. It's really hard to get a good applicant pool in this particular grade level. It's extremely competitive with the other school districts. Now, obviously, if there's an override victory and we have stronger compensation, that might change things a little bit, but it's been very, very difficult to plug a lot of the middle school vacancies, and it's largely because of applicant pools being extremely thin. So I made a modification there to 5%. And then the same thing for C with exceptional education. We did hit this goal this year, thanks to, I think, a significant investment in international teachers that came to us and that specialize in exceptional education, mainly from the Philippines, but the competition remains fierce for available educators and extended related service providers. So to me, a 5% is a little bit more realistic. I think, Jean, that's it. I don't think I had any more recommendations there. So with that, I'll throw it open to the board.
Okay, governing board members. Dr. Shaw?
Oh, for attendance rates, what's our baseline right now?
For the entire district, but I would encourage a baseline for elementary and secondary because they're drastically different. They have different models, different schedules. So I don't think we can give a straight for the entire district. I think we're going to have to go secondary, elementary.
So where the original language is maintain 90%, they maintain a 95% attendance rate. So where did that 95% come from? Who set that number in the original draft?
We have not been at a 95% attendance rate. I don't know a particular grade level that's ever hit 95%. So maybe that maintain was meant to be achieve 95% or strive for 95%. But even in our best grade levels, which are the elementary, we're like in the early 90s. Maybe some schools may hover around 95%. Because you can look at it grade level, you can look at it school by school, you can look at it grade band, a lot of different ways to look at it. But we never had a 95%.
Ms. Shaw?
Well, with everything that's coming down the pipeline, I really think we need to be aggressive with our superintendent's goals for this upcoming year. While I do appreciate how difficult it must be to achieve some of these goals we've outlined, to not do so means the loss of teachers and potentially the closing of schools. And so I would like us to be more aggressive, especially with the first and second goal. For 1A, I would like us, Jean, can you pull up the red line document? And go to the first page, please. The first page. One. Thank you. I would like us to, for 1A, instead of just maintaining the status quo that enrollment will be what it has been, preparing for a decline every year, I would like us to ask our superintendent to try to get a 3% increase in enrollment. Like students, yeah, birth rates are declining, but students are going elsewhere. And I think, they're going outside of our district. They're going to charter schools. There are some charter schools that are thinking about closing because of everything that's happening. I think there's still an opportunity to capture students and bring them into our district. We have a lot to offer, and I think if we're strategic and we're smart about how we push all of our opportunities, that we can increase this enrollment and we can prevent all of these things that could be happening in the next several years. So I'd like to see us change 1A to 3% increase in enrollment. I would like us to stay at 95% attendance rate because we have to aim high. You know what I mean? Like, we are losing like $15 million every year because our average daily membership is so low. There's so much truancy in our district, so we need to find solutions to that. And then For the increased student academic achievement, you know, this is also an area where we can't just drag our feet. We really have to find a solution. I'm glad that we got to 5%. I know when I first got on the board, we were like 2 to 3%. Now we're at 5. I believe this might be one of the goals where Dr. Trujillo, you did meet some of the goals for this. I don't have that doc pulled up right now. But I'd like us to see us get to a 7% increase, since so much of our student population is below proficiency. We really have to aim high and find solutions. So I'd like to see all of these percentages increased from 5% to 7%.
Dr. Trio?
Information requested by Dr. Shaw, I did pull up, and I'm going to put this on the public attachment so the public can see it. The baselines that were identified for attendance rates. So for K-5, it was just under 90 at 89.7. For 6-8, it was 87%. And then for 9-12, it dipped all the way to 81%. It dipped down to 76% for the fourth quarter for 9 through 12. For a total baseline for all grade bands would be 86%, with elementary leading the way.
Ms. Shaw, you want to continue?
No, I'm good right
You're
now.
good?
Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Ms. Luna Rose?
Thank you. I'm wondering if going to enrollment and attendance now, I mean, I realize, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Aronoff, that these goals are like a state mandate, like we have to do these?
You have to have goals and you have to have performance pay. If you don't otherwise set your own goals, there are, the state statute has a sort of default list. It's got 3 plus 1 that the board can decide, but also the statute gives the board room to effectively set all of its own goals. So you're not obligated to have anything specific, you're just obligated to have some goals as a structure for performance pay.
Okay, so if we wanted to add like a 1C, that's within our purview?
Yes.
Okay. So, thank you. So as a suggestion, I'm liking where we are for the A and B, but if we're talking about, and I really don't see it in here, truancy, can we add a C, a 1C that has something related to the truancy issue? Is that like maybe a little bit more defined? What does that look like for the superintendent, and what those goals are, as opposed to being right now that it's kind of more general?
Yeah.
And I think that would be helpful in order to reflect what's going on.
Yeah, we can certainly come back and have a draft of a C. You know, the natural work of increasing attendance rates is reducing the amount of absenteeism, but I think what we can do is we can add a goal C that could be a little bit more targeted towards kids that are engaged in extreme absenteeism, as defined by missing 10 days or more, and how many of them are we able to get back into school. We can play with it and give a harder metric there. That way we're kind of really dialing in on those that are really extremely absent.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Romero?
Okay, going back to, let me go to here. The 1B, you know, you're talking about minimum of attendance for the K-8 versus, and then the 9th, 10th, and 11th. So would you consider whatever our rates are this year to kind of be our base and then go from there?
Or we could serve as the baseline year and then just kind of go from there.
Dr. Shaw?
So with the truancy and with the chronic absenteeism, wouldn't that be reflected in 1B? trying to see if we can try to conclude this tonight instead of this coming back to us, or whether we can create tonight instead of having to rehash this again in another board meeting. So we're addressing attendance rates. We're going to have to address some of the chronic absenteeism as well. There's issues around that. Something we can build into 1B that would hit what you're trying to get at.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Shaw. I just feel like that's just sort of missing from this component, especially since that obviously that seems to be an issue. And maybe I'm just being a stickler for the wording, and that could, it's probably what I tend to do that. So I'm open. I just thought that, if we're going to have these goals for our superintendent, that and he has said, that is a goal. I guess, again, maybe I'm a stickler for the wording on that. I'm not sure exactly. I mean,
Dr. Trio?
What Dr. Shaw is suggesting and kind of hearing Board Member Luna Rose, maybe that B begins with decrease absenteeism across the district by increasing attendance rates. Maybe a harder edged start to that where it is just a focus on, we're going to decrease the absenteeism as defined by increasing attendance rates, and then you have the metric. Would that help?
I could work with that.
Do we have any data right now about chronic absenteeism? You mentioned the absenteeism in general. Do we know how many students, for example, last year were chronically absent?
We'll have to dig into that. We just had a really good meeting earlier this week with the Synergy team on figuring out what Synergy's capacity is for a dashboard on a grade level basis to really identify sort of red flag kids they'll give us a total numeric of who's engaged in extreme absenteeism, which is defined as 10 periods or more in a high school setting or 10 days or more in an elementary. That's sort of like your tier 3. So we'll have to dig in for that because right now we just have the general attendance rates per grade level.
Or how about we do a 1C where just we don't have a baseline or know what the number is, but decrease number of students that are chronically absent by 10%.
I think that's a great one. I think that's an area where you don't want to go 5%. You want to shoot for the moon because the more kids that you get back into school, the more right we're doing by them and their families, trying to get them reconnected to school. So I would support that.
I can support that.
Ms. Shaw?
I support that addition 1C, but 10%, why don't we shoot for 25%? Like this all helps our budget in the next several years. So just, being really conservative right here with the goals just doesn't make sense to me. But yeah, I agree. 1C would be great.
Dr. Shaw?
All right, so I will move the item with the edits in red on this document with an addition of 1C, decreasing number of students that are chronically absent by 10%.
Dr. Shaw?
Motion has been made by Dr. Shaw and seconded by Ms. Luna Rose. Ms. Shaw?
I would like to create a secondary amendment or create a secondary motion, to 1A to modify that to instead be increase the level of enrollment by 3% for the 100th day.
I'll second.
Motion has been, an amendment has been made by Ms. Shaw, seconded by Mr. Romero. Any discussion regarding that? Dr. Shaw?
So I'm going to vote against that, not because I don't want to have our district increase enrollment by 3%. I think our role as a governing board in terms of supervising our superintendent is to set goals that are attainable and the things we can work towards. Unless you have a specific strategy that you want to implement to get us to a 3% enrollment increase, which hasn't happened since the pandemic and hasn't been seen by any of our joining districts around here, I don't think that's something that's attainable, and I think we're setting ourselves up for failure.
Ms. Ekstrom?
Yes, Ms. Shaw?
Well, there are some districts that have seen increases. Vail has seen increases. I'm not sure if it's 3%. I think it's more like 2%. but there are schools that are seeing increases. Obviously, students have to go somewhere, and so they're finding other areas. And being that the superintendent is our only employee, I don't think it's right for us to set a low bar. A goldfish will grow depending on the size of its cage or its bowl. I believe that our superintendent can rise to the occasion and save this district. I think we need to give him that charge to maintain enrollment when we know that we're declining is just not what we've been duly elected to do. I think we have the power to direct our superintendent to increase enrollment, and that's what we should do.
Mr. Romero?
So one of the things I think that's important that Ms. Shaw was mentioning again, increase the enrollment aspect of it. I think last time we were on, had this meeting, it was like -2, and I was fighting just to make it 0. Just because, again, we want it to be attainable. And I understand, let's give Dr. Trujillo the charge. Let's give Dr. Trujillo the tools he needs to make this happen. We can get 3%, but like Dr. says, well, it hasn't been done, but we haven't given Dr. Trujillo the tools. We haven't given them the green light. Do we expand out to the southwest side? Do we have these other options? What things do we need to do to change things to get him to be successful in this 3%? We're not expecting him to walk on water, but if we don't give him the tools to succeed, then yeah, we're going to give him failure if you want to go 3%. I'm not necessarily saying 3%. I'd be happy with a 1%. To be honest with you, I'd be happy with a 0%. But I would be more happier if we figure out ways to give Dr. Trujillo the tools he needs to succeed. And I think he's best able to help us understand what he needs to achieve this 1%, 2%, 3% increase versus this 1% or 2.9 decrease that we had this last year. I don't think it's acceptable for us to accept that at all. I know Dr. Trujillo's not happy that that happened. But what tools do we have to offer him so he can be successful? So again, like I said, I don't want, like I said, the fish will grow the size of their environment. Dr. Trujillo is a great superintendent. He can do great things if he has the right people and the right tools.
Ms. Ekstrom?
Ms. Shaw?
I mean, I agree. Things are tough out here, and I would like to assist Dr. Trujillo in this charge. I think one thing I've tried to do over the last year or two is to have our communications department come and present to the board. Unfortunately, every time that happens, it's within the superintendent's report, and it limits our ability to give direction. Typically, we're getting the presentation after money has already been spent. That last campaign, tradition, culture, and that is not persuasive. And I think if we had an opportunity to work with some of our departments, we can have a hand at helping him and his goals, because it is difficult. But there are ways and means that we can capture our students, get families back in our district, and promote our programs. And I think we should do that. And I believe in Dr. Trujillo. I think he can do it, and we must do it.
Any other comments? So the motion on the floor is by Ms. Shaw. All those in favor say aye.
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 No.
Aye. Motion passes 4-1.
That's the amendment.
Yeah, the amendment. So we go back to Dr. Shaw's motion. Is there any other discussion?
Ms. Ekstrom?
Yes, Ms. Shaw.
I'd also like to make amendment to item 2, all of the areas in the second goal where it says 5% to increase that to 7%, being that so many of our students are below proficiency, we have to really work hard to increase that proficiency level. Some of these students are so very young, and to really find a solution to whatever is preventing them from being proficient in math, and ELA will only benefit them in the future. So I think we just have to be aggressive with all the goals, including this one, and that's why I ask that we increase academic achievement to 7% where we see it at 5%.
Mr. Romero?
Can I ask Dr. Trujillo a quick question? On this testing, like for ELA, our students are more proficient than we are in math overall.
So the two biggest challenges with the goals, what TUSD does really well is we grow proficiency. I mean, you saw in the goals that we achieved, we did amazing with students at the bottom quartile. 50% of them left the bottom quartile and increased their performance to either minimally proficient or proficient. So we do that really, really well. We did that at an 11% rate. We had a 19% rate with bottom quartile growth for English language and English language arts, and we did it for 50% for math. We're very good at that. We're very good at moving students from proficient to exceeds. We saw a 12% increase in our A and B rated schools with their students that already exceeded on the Arizona Academic Skills Assessment and move them into exceeds. Where we struggle is actual proficiency. It's passing the test. That's the struggle. So the school letter grade reflects that our kids are growing. It reflects that our teachers are doing an amazing job working with fourth graders who might be reading at a first grade level, and through the course of a school year, getting them to a third grade level. That's growth, but it's not necessarily them passing the state assessment. So we struggle with the actual passage of the assessment, which is reflected in your proficiency rates. And then we obviously struggle with enrollment. And I'll just read some numbers. I mean, these are the 40th day counts hot off the presses. And 5% loss year over year. They lost 5.5% of their student body. Flowing wells, which typically has been growing, they lost 0.3. So this is the first time that they're down. Flowing wells took a 3.7% loss. Catalina Foothills is the one that historically grows. They're down 0.2%. Our neighbors on the south side, Sunnyside, they're down 3.8%. That's massive for that district. They're smaller than we are. They lost over 500 students year over year. Sahuarita, which has been in high growth mode, they're down 3%. Marana, up the I-10, which has also been in a high growth mode, they're down 2.8%. Your superstars that have always been high growth, Vail and Tanque Verde, they're broken even. So those are just the trends. And you get to a point with attendance where you hit a particular junction where you have to look and ask the question, is the district actually physically configured for success? When you know you have a larger clientele in another sector of the district, and you're in one sector of the district where you have a portfolio of schools where you don't have a large clientele, that's just a fact. That's just something that we're going to have to reckon with. And when you're dealing with the kind of demographic shifts that have happened, particularly the further east of Swan that you go, you can put together great marketing plans. You can do all kinds of streaming ads. We can bring Carl and the communications team, but you're going to be marketing to a bunch of 55 or over folks that don't have kids in the system. I mean, that's just where it's at. I think the growth for this district is investing in the Southwest, where we're crowded already, and we have a lot of land, and we're the only district out there, and there's a lot of housing that's going to be going up around 3 Points area. And then really embracing alternative ed. I think that's just, we have a lot of kids that are leaving us that don't need to leave. We've got some great programs. I think we need to expand credit recovery everywhere. I don't think you should just be able to get it at like Tuva. I think there should be alternative sessions going on at every single high school, and we should be catching these ninth graders as they're engaging in truancy and falling behind, and then moving them to an afternoon session. I think there's a lot of growth there, and I think we need to really embrace the fact that we are an exceptional education destination district, and let's lean into that and maybe start putting together some agreements with some of our sister districts that allow them to compensate us for receiving some of our ex-ed students that come from those districts and placing them, looking at maxing out Meredith. every alternative placement that we put at Meredith, we could generate about $30,000-$40,000 if we're charging another school district to do an alternative placement. So we have to really think about the areas where we're strong and leverage, and then also do all the things that Board Member Shaw talked about. You have to be aggressive. You have to talk about GATE, and we have a wonderful GATE program, and dual language, and the arts, and CTE. You do all that stuff too, but there have to be some programmatic, sort of physical, structural changes that go along with that. It can't just be the promotion, because we're at that point where we're dealing with these sort of generational demographic shifts.
And I think
age kids.
kind of before I go back, yes, we're thinking ahead on how we can be more, I guess, available to certain families and students that we need to within our district. How do we separate ourselves from everybody else? We have a great opportunity amongst us. We can't be living the same way that we're doing things, otherwise we're experts at something that doesn't work, and that's not what progress is, as we know we move on forward. Now, going back to Ms. Shaw's question on here, do you think increasing to a 10% over a 5%, do you think that is doable?
Goal.
On the increased student achievement, was that right?
7%.
Oh, 7?
I think 7% is totally fair. Yeah, I think, when I look at what we did this year, I think that's very attainable. We're targeting proficiency. Proficiency is where we are weak, and where it's a little bit more of a challenge for us. So I think 7% is very reasonable to do that.
That amendment part of it, I would second that proposal as well.
Yeah, I think gaining 1,300 students is a different story. Because I don't think we're going to get 1,300 students, but yeah, it's ambitious, and I think it's great. And I would support just increase enrollment. I think just increasing is a victory. 100, 200, 300 kids, I think is in the realm of the possible.
Was there a second for the motion? Excuse me.
Oh, yeah, second, sorry. Go ahead, please repeat this.
Oh, I was asking if there was a second for the motion I made.
What was your motion?
Modify goal 2 to 7% everywhere where it shows 5%
And I'll second.
academic achievement.
Second.
Any discussion? So I'm concerned because I know that we were doing things different, preparing for the test and that kind of thing. I mean, are we willing to have teachers teach to the test? Because I feel like that's what's going on. And so with some of my daughter's schoolmates, they may have been low in their testing, but their teacher tells, their parents, hey, testing doesn't show everything, and so they aren't as low as they say in their testing. So, the teacher knows the students and how they're learning. I'm just afraid that we are now going to become a district where we're teaching to the test, and we lose a lot doing that. So I just really want to make sure that you all are understanding that this is kind of where we're moving, and I'm not sure that I agree with that.
I don't think pushing that bar only the 2% is teaching the test, and I agree, that's a bad word that, especially a lot of teachers and students don't want to hear. Unfortunately, that's a reality that we have, is we're based on those rules. But I don't think that small 2% increase over 5% is going to make teachers push more to teaching to the test. But that's just my personal thought on that one. Again, I'm not an expert in that. But if there's differences from teachers and other people, and your thoughts on it too, I'd love to hear it.
I mean, as a parent of someone who's in elementary school and, it's her last year, this is what I'm hearing from, parents that are in my daughter's grade. And so they come to me because they think I know, that I understand what's going on. And, and even for my daughter, like, she may be, low on some things, but when we talk to her teacher, he's like, no, I don't see that. So, it may be the way that it's worded on a test and they don't understand because we didn't go over it, all the time. It's not a repetitive thing. I think those are real concerns and those are real things that are going on in the classroom.
Yeah, and then I know, because I was at a 8th grade visit at Wakefield, and the teacher or the principal said, hey, the kids want to talk to you. So one of the biggest things was, again, the testing aspect of it, whereas the excess of the testing, and then, the stress that they go through and the anxiety that they have to go through these types of things, because again, it's test, 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 test. You have to do well, and I guess maybe it's the presentation, how it's presented. I don't know. Again, I'm not an expert in that field, but it is a concern not just for our parents, but for our students. And I see that also. And again, I don't want to be the district that is, to the test. I just want to make sure that our kids are prepared, whatever that looks like.
Yeah, and I get it. I get what my colleagues are saying. We want our kids to be proficient. I'm just not sure the test is showing how proficient they are. Do you know what I do? I mean, that's true, right, Dr. Trujillo? Like, teachers tell you this, correct?
Oh, all the time. Like, we have large amounts of kids that knock it out of the park on the internal assessment, whether it's iReady or it's the old benchmark, but we don't do. But when you don't have the systematic exposure to, we'll call it test prep, test conditions, test item structure, mimicking the conditions of the test, understanding how to navigate multiple choice, test taking strategies, that's what trips our kids up. It's not necessarily the content, it's the test exposure, it's how to take a time test, it's how to navigate multiple choice. And a lot of our students, they suffer from test anxiety. They get into that environment and these aspects of test taking really heighten that anxiety and they shut down. And so you have to carve out that time to get kids ready to take that kind of an assessment. That's a delicate issue because guess what time you're taking? Instruction, right? And so any efforts that we do right now, we do them outside of instructional time. We have targeted learning sessions that are predominantly take place after school, where we really hone in on those kids that are on the cusp of passing the test and those kids that are minimally proficient. And that's where we pivot to like the test taking stuff. But when you look at some of the districts that you can talk to them, Vail, Catalina Foothills, there is a healthy, Marana, there's a healthy amount of test prep that goes on during the school day, where they'll do school-wide stuff, where for 30, 45 minutes a day across the school, we're practicing multiple choice test items. We're taking 5 questions, we're doing time limits, and that's not what's been our focus here. And I think we've heard what our teachers feel about us pivoting in that direction.
I mean, I guess I would just like to see, because it was increased by 5% and we met that goal, how we do next year, and then we see, okay, well, if that failed, then, then we raise the bar and figure out a new way to do it. I just feel like we aren't doing as many tests this next upcoming year, and let's just see what happens. And if that's the case, then, then we raise it to 7%. I just feel like, I don't agree with that, so that's just my comment. Ms. Luna Rose.
Oh, thank you. So I've been listening to, I see where my colleagues to my left are coming from, and colleagues to the right. That's what happens if you're in the middle. But I'll speak as a high school parent. My daughter's going to be leaving the district at the end of this school year, and so as we've been having this discussion, I'm reflecting on those things, reading about the ACT. I mean, it's literally as soon as she started as a freshman, it's all about ACT, 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 ACT. And to the point where, I mean, some of these kids were just, freaking out and coming to me as a board member, their parents, and having these discussions, at school or kids' parties and those sort of things. So I'm comfortable with the 5%, just because we got here for this first year, and we do it again, and and we've hit it again next year, then you're like, okay, well, let's raise the bar. I especially since Ms. Ekstrom's comment about it's not going to be as many tests. I think that might be where we should go, and then we can, and we leave it at 5% and we get pleasantly surprised that we're at a 6 or 7. So I just think, you know, pushing it too hard is going to backfire a bit. Now, I appreciate Dr. Trujillo, those, you know, saying, you know, yes, I think we could meet 7%, but I think right now for this particular exercise, keeping it at 5 is prudent.
Ms. Ekstrom?
Yes, Ms. Shaw.
So I just want to point out that increasing goal 2 to 7% is not going to take away all the standardized testings or increase it. Like, this remains the same. And it's not going to necessarily ask teachers to teach to the test, though maybe we should be doing that. It is difficult. It does take away instruction time, but when a student sees that they're minimally proficient in something, that breaks their confidence to a level that may not even recover. And so if we're not teaching them how to prepare for a test and, you know, time themselves and pace themselves or what have you, like, we're not serving our students correctly. And so I think, you know, Dr. Trujillo made this goal in this last year. He's not worried about the increase to 7%. I think we owe it to our students to ask more of them and to ask more of our superintendent to find ways where we can help our students in academic achievement. So I'd like to encourage the board to vote yes on this goal.
And then kind of also going on that, one of the biggest things that we as a district get looked upon and frowned upon is our proficiency within our school district as a whole. Yeah, we've got some superstars within our district, but I was at a school, elementary school, talked with the principal. For grade proficiency, they had 0%. That's, again, it was difficult for the principal to tell me, but so a third grader was not reading at fourth grade math or doing fourth grade math and reading. Everyone was lower than where they were at that school. Again, that kind of hurt my heart on there again, because we should be making sure these kids are ready for their next grade as they move forward. If we're going to set low expectations for our superintendent, that just reflects that we're setting low expectations for our students. I don't think that's the lead we need to do. Again, I don't think that 2% is going too high. It's Dr. Trujillo met the bar, I ran the race. If I wanted to get first place, I needed to be running 9-minute miles, not 10-minute miles. What am I going to do next? I need to be practicing to make 9-minute miles. Same type of thing here is, again, I believe that Dr. Trujillo can accomplish that, and I don't think it's, again, personally, I don't think it's, I agree with Sadie, it's not going to take away from the test taking, but if there's other techniques on help our students prepare for tests, we could look at those things also. But I just don't want to have Dr. G settle for 5% when he knows he could do more than that.
Okay, there's a motion, substitute motion made and seconded for this to increase to 7%. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed?
No.
No. Motion fails. So we're back to Dr. Shaw's original motion
As amended.
as amended. Second.
You don't have to second anything?
Oh, second.
No, it's already.
Okay, again, second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next is 7.3, consideration and direction on the Arizona School Board Association bylaw change proposal. Dr. Trio.
And extra members of the governing board, Board Member Linda Rose is our liaison for ASBA and will be walking the board through this item.
Thank you. So I have attended a few meetings, and I did speak to some of the staff up at ASBA, and basically this was just to, one, they felt that it had not been updated in a couple years, which is true, and wanted to make it more amenable to other school districts to ASBA's had for lack of a better word, a rough last couple of years, so they wanted to update this to perhaps bring some more school districts back to ASBA, and also to reflect the fact that there's changes to the population in the state of Arizona, like the section 2.1, when they redline Maricopa and Pima County specifically, counties with populations of over 500,000, because we're seeing growth in Yuma County specifically, and up towards the Parker Lake Havasu area. So a lot of it's minor. Nothing really stood out. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'll move the item.
I'll second the item.
The item has been moved by myself and seconded by Ms. Luna Rose. Discussion?
Ms. Ekstrom?
Ms. Shaw?
Ms. Luna Rose, do you have any information on the revision to Section 1C associate members? The revision is that associate members, as in accommodation schools, Arizona School for the Deaf and Blind, State Juvenile Education System, agency, boards, or local schools established by the Bureau of Indian Affairs would not be able to hold elected office within the organization?
Yeah, and thank you for the question. That was one question that I had, and I do believe, unless Dr. Trio has heard anything, that these, like for the Arizona, I think there was not enough membership, so that's the one where I'm a little shaky on, I'll be honest. But I think that's what it was. I don't know if that reads, Dr. Trujillo, had anybody talked to you about that? Yeah. So I think it had to do with waning interest and or lack of participation, which sounds kind of odd.
Yeah, because a lot of those, I'm surprised, one, that they're associate members.
Plus, I also think they just want a specific, specific school districts, like a TUSD or a Roosevelt, as opposed to these ones that are also often members of different organizations.
Right.
And be kind of more focused on the traditional public school district.
Right.
Dr. Shaw?
So having reviewed these and talked to staff, do you feel comfortable with all the changes as proposed?
Yeah, I do. That was probably the one that stood out the most, but other than that, I think the rest of them are okay, are fine.
Ms. Ekstrom?
Yes, Ms. Shaw?
Ms. Luna Rose, do you know Section 3 dues of the membership? There's some revisions removing the ability of the association to establish things with electronic vote. Are they moving away from?
They want to bring people back into the fold, more to the meetings, which I think they're trying to rebuild their membership because it has waned due to their past issues. And so that's one also that I was kind of like, okay, but I can kind of understand they're trying to bring people back up to Phoenix and be in person, meet each other. I think that's where they felt like they lost their membership, which to me seems counterintuitive, but.
Yeah. Well, it seems like, I could be wrong, that they're trying to eliminate the option to participate virtually, which, for some of our districts around the state seems very difficult.
Yeah. I will go back to Dr. Shaw's question. if we did not go with this, I would not be upset about it. So if we feel like this is, if the rest of you feel like this is not amenable, then I'm happy to go back to ASBA and let them know why. I'm sorry, I'm calling you. Mr. Aronoff?
Mr. Aronoff?
I don't want to butt in too much, but I'm just scanning through and I honestly, I haven't been part of this and I don't know if this is the answer to Ms. Shaw's question, but there is other language that is still in the bylaws that talks about electronic participation in meetings. If you look, for example, at Article 6, which talks about meetings and voting, people can participate, active members can appear either in person or electronically. And so it may be that they took out that language only because they thought it was redundant. I can't tell you for sure, but if I was reading this holistically, I would still think that electronic appearance at meetings was viable and electronic voting was viable.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out.
Any other questions, concerns? Okay, there's a motion and a second on the table. Roll call vote, please, Ms. Bourbois.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
Yes.
Mr. Romero?
Abstain.
Dr. Ravi?
Yes.
Ms. Ekstrom?
Yes, motion passes 4-0 with 1 abstention. Next is our future meeting dates and agenda items. Dr. Trujillo.
President Ekstrom, members of the governing board, next meeting we'll have an update on our literacy framework and our pilot that's going on to feature a more phonics-centric approach to literacy instruction. We'll also have a dual language presentation. I know that was something that President Ekstrom, you had requested. So those will be 2 items coming up on the 28th.
For the dual language, can we focus on their new instruction and how that is going?
Yes, the GLAD model, yes. Oh, and then also we have an exciting item for CTE. We have some renovations going on at Sabino High School, so we'll be able to highlight that on October 28th.
And I'm just wondering if Chuck is going to bring a car for us to do an oil change.
We'll see.
Bring mine.
Thank you.
This meeting stands adjourned if there's no other items from the board members. Thank you. It was a long one tonight. Meeting stands adjourned.
Thanks, friends. How are you, Jerry? Thank you. It does. Did you find Tom's? I don't have any. You're okay?
That's fine. Is there that or no?
Yeah. Yeah.
We missed you up here on the dais today, Yolanda.
She's our invisible voting member.